Utilities Commission would provide the water, City of Orlando is the wastewater service provider, and then law enforcement and fire rescue would transfer. And then the other criteria is that the property is located within or outside of the urban service area, and shown on this map, the property is within the urban service area. So next steps, December 30th when we received notification of the annexation. March 24th was the city's first reading. Notices were mailed for this public hearing on April 16th, and that brings us to today. And the second reading would be dependent upon the outcome of the board's hearing today. And that moves us to action requested. So we're asking the board to either approve or deny the annexation request. However, if the board does vote to approve the annexation request, then we would request the approval and execution of the interlocal agreement. And staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mills. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, we invite you to the mic to make any comments if you choose to do so. Okay, they're going to waive on that. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing and we'll call on the district commissioner. Commissioner Moore, would you like to offer a potential motion?
I'm going to make a motion to approve, but most of the time, the county, we don't like to give up areas, but this is a small enclave in the College Park area. And if you drive down the streets, the superior, unfortunately, infrastructure is within the city. And this is when the Wekiva study area, and the reason I understand for the annexation is to go to sewer, which I completely support. And we've spent hours and hours in the Wekiva area trying to make more conversions from septic to sewer. So in this case, I wish we could get a few more because we still have swales and we have a lot of septics in this area. So I would support the annexation to the City of Orlando in this area for environmental reasons.
All right, with that, is there a second? Second?
Second, Summer.
I guess I beat you on the second, but we'll be glad to let you have the second on the motion. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we're going to move to the next item, D4. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Thalmuller is going to be framing this item from our planning division. With that, you're recognized, Mr. Thalmuller.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one moment. All right, this next item is case DP 2410-242. This is for the Silver City Properties Plan Development, Lot 4, Phase 1, Student Housing Development Plan. Site's located north of University Boulevard, east of Cimarron. The request is a development plan to construct a 182-unit, 580-bedroom student housing development, along with 6,103 square feet of retail space. This is coming to the board as a development plan because the code requires all student housing development plans to come to the board. I will note in the advertising there was one typo correction for the record. The applicant for this case is, as listed on the screen here, Brittany Ebler with Envision Development. Here we have the future land use map. Property went through a future land use amendment several years ago for a planned development, commercial, high-density residential end use designation, specifically with a development program allowing for student housing. And as mentioned, the property is currently zoned PD as part of the overall Silver City Properties PD, surrounded by industrial uses to the west and north, commercial to the south. Here we have the aerial. This subject property is currently undeveloped. We do have commercial uses east and west, along with Full Sail down there to the south that this project will be servicing. Here we have the site plan for the student housing development. As the name suggests, this is the phase 1 of the proposed overall student housing development. The areas in the back where parking and future development tracts are shown will be subject to future expansions of this development plan to construct phases 2 and 3 with additional building and structured parking. Do have one condition of approval to clear up. When the associated PD amendment was before this board recently, there is a condition of approval related to an agreement for the proposed pedestrian bridge, which will connect this property to Full Sail. The board agreed to adjust the timing of that in the condition of approval to issuance of the first building permit for the project. So to be consistent with that adjusted condition on the land use plan, request would be to also adjust this corresponding condition on the development plan to be consistent. So with that, the recommendation is to make a finding consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Silver City Properties PD Lot 4 Phase 1 Student Housing Development Plan subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. This item is in District 5, and staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right, thank you. If the applicant or a representative of the applicant is present and would like to come forward and offer any comments, please come to the mic. All right.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Mickey Grindstaff. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Schutz & Bowen, 300 South Orange Avenue, Suite 1600. Here today on behalf of the applicant Envision Development, as well as the owner, Full Sail Silver City Properties Ltd. We are in total agreement with staff, including the revision to Condition 15, which was consistent with our previous change determination request. Here to answer any questions, but we're in agreement.
All right, Attorney Grindstaff, if you'll stand by for a moment. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the District Commissioner. Commissioner Simrad, do you have a potential motion?
Thank you, Mayor. And to the applicant, I would just like to say thank you, because when we first started this project at the community hearing, it was a bridge that was only going to service Full Sail students, and they've opened it up to the public to help increase the safety on that road. So thank you very much for doing that. I'd like to make a motion to approve the Silver City Properties.
All right, the seconder is Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item, E5. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Thalmuller will look to you to frame this item as well.
Thank you, Mayor. This is case LUP 24-12-293. This is a request to rezone a 0.71 acre property located on North Wymore Road, south of Houston Avenue, from PO, Professional Office District, to PD Plan Development District for the proposed Share the Care Plan Development. With the proposed development program of 7,713 square feet of office and adult daycare uses. This request also includes 4 waivers from code, primarily to allow the structure to be located a little closer to Wymore than the setbacks allow for. Also, because they are going PD, they need some setback waivers from the north and south ends of the property, which are also adjacent to office uses. And the 4th waiver is to allow a reduced building base landscaping. For specificity, that is not the landscaping buffer between the property and the adjacent residential areas. It is the landscaping at the very base of the building. Here we have the future land use map as previously, or property is designated office on the future land use map and is currently designated professional office district. I will point out that the adult daycare and office use is currently an allowed use in those designations. This request is really a vehicle to identify a specific development program to be adhered to and to request the waivers of code. As previously mentioned, request is to rezone the property to PD, Plan Development District. Here we have the aerial. There are some existing structures within that office designation currently operating as office uses along with the other properties along Wymore. You will notice that section along Wymore has a number of small office uses and then single-family detached residential as you start moving into the neighborhoods to the east and south. Here we have the proposed plan development land use plan showing the outline of the property, access, well as the entitlement program and development standards. You will see the primary access off Wymore, secondary existing access off Houston, and then a proposed potential future access to the south, should those properties redevelop. So the staff recommendation is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the share the care plan development land use plan subject to the conditions listed under the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation in the staff report. This item is in District 5, and staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right, is the applicant on this item present? If so, please come to the mic.
I'm David Lamb, 968 Lake Baldwin Lane, Orlando, Florida. I'm the development and construction manager for Share the Care. Share the Care is an elderly daycare facility that currently resides within blocks of this current site. I have Mary Ellen Philbin, who is the director of Share the Care, who provides the community services in their nonprofit throughout the Central Florida. And she's here to speak should you like to hear a little bit more about what they do. I'm only here to follow up with we agree with staff's recommendations. The reason for some of the waivers is when the closing happened last fall, we thought that the new code would be imminent, and the new code had some advantages to it, and the closing due diligence was relied upon that. It made the parking lot work both in safety to Houston as well as fire department access. It also allowed the building to be further from residential residential adjacencies, and had the building up on the street, which appeared to be a preference as well. I can answer any technical questions that you may have. We have our civil engineer and architect here as well, and Mary Ellen Philbin can tell you a little bit about Share the Care.
Mary Ellen Philbin from Share the Care, and thank you for having us. And yeah, we're excited about our new building, going to be located on Wymore. And this facility is specifically to be used for both administration and to have one of our adult day health centers inside the building. It's pretty simple, and we want it to be very home-like, and we certainly want to be friendly members of the community and neighbors to those who live in the neighborhood already. I'm excited about the project. We purchased the land in August, and then we found out about the code not being exactly the code we needed for the plan that we wanted to put in place, and so that's why we went through with the PD application to move forward a little more quickly and to facilitate our ability to use the property for the purposes of serving families who are caring for their family member at home and need the relief of adult daycare during the day. So that's what part of the facility will be used for, and the other part will be our administrative offices. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I think most of you know us.
All right, thank you. If you'll just stand by for a moment, we're going to open it up for any members of the public to make any comments. Do we have such members?
We do, Mayor. We have 4 speakers for this item.
Okay. You can be seated, and then we'll call you back in just a few moments. All right, so we'll call the speakers up. As you come up, please give us your name and address if you may.
All right, folks, I'm going to call your name as a group. Please, when I do, line up along the back wall in the order called. When you approach the podium one by one, please begin with your name and address for the record. Our first speaker is Madeline Fosmo, followed by Frederick West, followed by John Mitchell and Leon Huffman. And John and Leon, you both have 1 additional minute donated to you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Madeline Fosmo. I live at 2581 Salisbury Boulevard, which is parallel to Euston Road. I'm here to express my concern as a young new homeowner. I'm concerned about, first, the lack of notification process for the previous zoning meeting that was on April 24th for the adult daycare center. Second concern is that this business and building will be putting traffic strain on our neighborhood. These few streets have massive traffic influx already from Fairbanks, like a Fairbanks cut through, so we see that a lot. My third concern is that the value of the neighborhood itself will decrease. Many young new couples with babies, people with domestic animals live here. With increased high volume traffic, this neighborhood will suffer. Also, I'm an avid runner. We are a walking and running neighborhood. This building would be cutting right up to that sidewalk with a retention pond. We also have lingering issues with water drainage. So my question would be, what would happen to our neighborhood with that added retention pond? I ask you to please have careful consideration for the Killarney neighborhood and support rejection of the property build. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Fosmo, stand by. We'll try to get you some answers in just a few moments. Okay. All right, you can be seated, though. All right, next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Frederick West. I'm the owner of West Painting Incorporated, and I actually own the adjacent property to the applicant. I'm late to the game in learning about much of what has transpired with the applicant, but I have, over the very past few days, put together a much better understanding of what it is that they propose to do, and how it affects everyone in the region there. My initial concern was that the applicant was going to build another building, and I was fine with that, except I didn't understand what the need to change the zoning was. And through the little bit of research and conversations with the representatives of the applicant, I think I have a better understanding of what it is that they're hoping to accomplish and why they're doing what they're doing. One of the things that concerned me was, one of the requests is that the setback change from the 25 feet to 8 feet, which is right up against the boundary of my property, which is to the south. But as it exists currently, the building was built with the building very close to the property. So unless that building itself were to be changed, it really won't affect how it's currently, how it currently exists. It won't really affect it one way or another. So my big question was, is that building going to be part of the construction plan, or is it not going to be part of the construction plan? And they tell me that it's not. But in changing the zoning, I don't know that it's always going to be that way. You know, they could eventually, develop it further than what they're doing. I have no idea. But currently, I think I understand the plan. I think I understand what they're trying to accomplish, and I think it'll fit the use of the neighborhood. I don't know how it will impact the neighborhood. I don't live there. I just run my business through there. Oh, my time's expired. Thank you.
All right, so Mr. West, we'll see if we can get you some answers to the questions you asked. Next speaker, please. Okay. Who's next?
John, then Leon.
Name and address for the record, please.
I'm John Mitchell. I live at 145 Killarney Drive, and I've got a Winter Park address, but we're unincorporated in Orange County. And I live there with my wife, who's also here, and we've raised 5 kids there. I'm an attorney, and I also serve on the Lakes Advisory Board for Orange County, so I'm under Dr. Simrad's authority there. I'm coming because I do have some issues with that. First of all, we love the idea, Mary, of having to share the care. I mean, I'm 70 years old. My wife is older than I am. We're not that far from doing this.
You're going to get in trouble here.
So I'm not against that. I love the idea. It's great. I don't love the location. And let me tell you why. The location is the entry point. Wymore and Houston is really the entrance point to the neighborhood we live in. We call it the Killarney Shores area, and it is framed by Fairbanks Avenue on the south. We have the corner of Lake Killarney, Fairbanks Avenue on the south, and Wymore Road to the west. And it's in that area that and Houston is the perimeter road on going east and west, and then Cambridge goes from the lake down to Fairbanks. The reason we're concerned about that, and I've been there 41 years, so we're pretty familiar with the neighborhood. We have become a younger neighborhood with a lot of young couples walking, children, that kind of thing. We have a problem. I've always had a problem with cut-through, and we've managed it different ways through the years. I won't go into that, but we've tried to work with that, and it's very tolerable now. We are concerned that in the Share the Care application, they're estimating up to 160 trips a day. That is a lot. And those cars will be backed up from Houston all the way down past my home on the lake and around the corner. We're concerned about it. It's particularly bad in the mornings and particularly bad in the afternoons. People look for the shortcut way through the neighborhood. So I'm here to say we need a better look at this. I really would like for us to have time to consider and to work with the applicant on this. It has not been available to us, and you know, if you're predisposed to voting for this, I would ask that one thing you could do to help the neighborhood is to eliminate access onto Houston Road. Eliminate that access, we'd be okay.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, I think so. It's good. Leon Huffman, 350 Alolu. I was born and raised in Orange County. I moved to Lake Killarney 36 years ago. I'm currently on the Winter Park Utilities Advisory Board as the non-Winter Park resident served by Winter Park Utilities. Today, you're asked to confer superior property rights to this developer. These rights, if granted, will result in a diminished economic enjoyment of the existing property owners. It will decrease the safety and quality of life in the neighborhood. The subject property is located on Wymore between Fairbanks and Lee Road. The impacted neighborhood is on the southwest corner of Lake Killarney. It is a walking community populated by single-family homes and includes Killarney Elementary School. Unfortunately, this location is a cut-through shortcut between Fairbanks and Wymore. A Wymore-located adult daycare center would be perfectly positioned to take advantage of this cut-through and result in greatly increased neighborhood traffic. The subject property is currently zoned professional office. The developer wants a change to planned development and requests additional variances for the stated purposes of creating an adult daycare center. This request should be rejected outright or at the minimum postponed for reasons already stated and because there is missing information necessary to properly evaluate the impact of the development. The information needed includes, number one, what is the proposed and legal client capacity of the center? Is it 20 people, 50 people, 100 people, 1,000 people? I have been asking this question repeatedly, and the answer is still, we don't know. That's reason enough to postpone a decision on this petition. Number two, can the capacity be increased by future development of existing buildings or the creation of new ones? Number three, what is the center staff to client ratio? Number four, what are the days of operation? Number five, what are the hours of operation? Number six, what is the average duration of a client visit? If it is 8 hours with a client capacity of 50, you will generate 100 trips in an 8-hour day, 50 drop-offs and 50 pickups. However, if your average visit is only 2 hours, then you can turn over the clientele 4 times a day, in which case you would have 400 daily trips. Client and staff population information is necessary to determine the sufficiency of the septic system. Of greater importance, as I've indicated here, the existing property owners ask how much additional traffic are they to endure for the benefit of this one property owner. Clearly, this planned use imposes an undue burden on the existing property owners and should be rejected outright or postponed. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Huffman. We're going to move to the next speaker.
That was our last registered speaker for this item, Mayor.
Okay. All right, if that is the last member of the public to speak, I'm going to give the applicant the opportunity for any rebuttal comments. Perhaps you can address some of the questions or concerns that were raised by the neighbors.
Hi. We are licensed, all of our centers, and we have 4, 2 in Orange and 2 in Seminole County currently. We will be licensed based on the square footage that we will have available for client service for a maximum of 25 clients per day. Our hours are 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. We require that people at least attempt to stay for 8 hours of that 10-hour period. There are drop-offs and pickups, but they are not for 2-hour stays. They are for a full day stay. They're dropped off for the most part, by their family in their family's vehicles. And I would say that 160 trips is way higher than it will actually be in terms of the activity that will be going on there. And there are a lot of different kind of businesses located on Wymore, which include pediatricians' offices and things like that, that have a lot more in and out activity than we will have at all. And the other side is admin, and those folks will be there for their work day, and that'll be it. We don't operate in the evenings or on weekends. And we could actually just tell people not to cut through on that particular road, to use Wymore, and they can enter off of Wymore, exit on the very front of Uton, and turn left and back out onto Wymore, and then facilitate the rest of their trip either through Fairbanks or Lee Road. So we're currently operating on Formosa Avenue with residential on our borderline. So.
You have something else, sir, that you wanted to say?
Yes, the as staff report reminded is that the current zoning makes this a permitted use today. They could literally move into of the 3 buildings. The original plan was to move in and remodel the existing 2 northern buildings. After assessing the 2 existing buildings, they're non-conforming, they don't meet codes, and they're really need to be demolished. They're not safe. So with that, the design of our project is only 2,000 square feet greater than what exists today. The site itself could allow, with the zoning, without any changes to any zoning, 38,000 square feet, and we're only 2,000 square feet more than what's there today in our new building of 7,000 square feet. So number one, it's a low use, low intensity. The design of the building was done with residential scale and character to fit in a neighborhood with shingled roof and a sloping truss roof. It is not a heavy commercial building, and it is a low use type of facility. The stormwater, there's a swale on the north right now is currently designed. That water goes to Wymore. It does not go down to Houston, and it goes directly to the Wymore watershed as well. We did have a community meeting. There was notice. We had a community meeting at Killarney Elementary. We had 3 or 4 residents, and not one of them had any concerns over the use or the project itself at the time. And like I said, the only reason we're here is because we could have moved in, remodeled, and not asked for permission for anything. The only reason we're here with the waivers is because of the getting caught in between a code change. And quite honestly, once the staff and we worked together, we found that there were much more benefits to the future Orange Code, and that's the only reason we're caught in the quagmire. And there was no, back in the fall, nobody knew if that would happen sooner or later. And because we have a nonprofit who's carrying debt on land, accruing interest that should be supporting elderly care, they're using money now to pay for sitting on land while we go through this process. So we have our engineer on the trips. That's an ITE, Orange County ITE trip from the table. Mary Ellen is correct that if you look at her existing facility, that intensity is it's not even half of what the trips from the table come from. Is there anything else that you can add? Any other technical questions, I'd be happy to answer.
I think one of the speakers asked if you would consider limiting access from the Houston Road area.
Our challenge is fire department accessibility. Again, we do have elderly care. Now, if we had to put a sign on site that said no right turn, we'd be happy to do so. We do. I didn't even know there was a cut through, and I've lived in Winter Park for 25, 30 years. So I don't see that any of our clients would ever turn right onto Houston. But if that would make everybody happy, we'd be happy to put a no right turn sign there so they exit left and get to Wymore.
Okay, thank you. If there are no further comments to address what you've heard at this point, then we're going to close the public hearing portion. No, sir. Unfortunately, I think you ran out of your time there before you completed.
We'll remain available should Commissioner.
Mayor, I have petitions signed by 98 residents in our neighborhood. Who do I file those?
Just give them to the clerk. Right here, right in the front. Right there. Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, so with that, I'm going to go to the, I'm going to close the public hearing portion, and I'll go to the district commissioner. She may have questions for you or members of the board. At this point, this won't be any further public comment, but members of the board may ask some questions. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to clear up just some things because we got a lot of email correspondence. So I just wanted to thank you for answering the questions. We did hear from some constituents regarding the 424 meeting and that they didn't receive notification from Orange County staff. Do we have the perimeter that was used so that they understand why they did or did not receive notification?
Sure. So the county has adopted standard noticing regulations that vary based on the type of the request, the intensity, the size of the property, et cetera. For this type of request, the buffer notice was a 700-foot radius surrounding the subject property. As identified in page 17 of the staff report, shows the notified properties, and it looks like we picked up about 177 notices. In addition to the mailers, there are also other ways of notifying the public that rezoning requests happen on the property, including property posters, notice on the county calendar, and other various social media posts.
Thank you. And then with regards to the retention pond, how will that impact drainage in the area?
At this stage, the request is just to establish the zoning. We don't have an engineered site plan. The applicant has provided a concept plan that staff were generally assessing during their review. I will point out a couple of questions. There was a question about this existing building to the south, which is currently non-conforming close to the property line. That is the purpose of that southern waiver, to allow that building to stay. On the concept plan, there appears a stormwater pond proposed here at the northwest portion of the county property. However, we don't have those engineering details at this stage. That'll all be assessed when and if they come through with a detailed development site plan.
Okay, and then do the retention ponds, does it lead to cause of flooding or does it help prevent flooding?
No, and I'll let Susan address this much more eloquently than I could.
The retention pond is required as part of permit review, and it is to address flooding on the site. So they have to meet pre-post conditions. So without it, the surrounding property may be impacted by the flooding, so this will help it.
Thank you. And then they did, thank you for providing the answers. 25 customers a day and 10 hours a day of operation, coming in family cars, because we had a lot of emails that were asking questions pertaining to that. And then with the Euston and making it only a right-hand or no right-hand turn, how does that impact your, is that a fair request?
The applicant correctly pointed out the public safety and access concerns with just having one way in, one way out, and limited mobility on the site. So staff would highly recommend from a public safety standpoint to have that additional access on Euston. Whether, again, once they come in with a more detailed site plan is typically when we do a more detailed site analysis, but we certainly could perhaps craft a condition that would direct staff to assess a limitation on right turn out of there. But again, I'll look to Susan for a much more eloquent answer.
So we can take a look at the left out only restricted right turn into the subdivision and the budding neighbors that it's concerned with additional traffic that could be caused with this development. So we can draft a condition in order to address that.
Thank you. And then we received some emails regarding the buffer in between the properties. And I think that people think they're losing this buffer that's right here. What's happening with the buffer?
I'll have to defer to zoning with regards to the setback.
Sorry, discussing condition language. Could you repeat the question, Commissioner?
Yeah, we received some emails regarding concern for the buffer that's on the back end of the property. What's happening with the buffer?
So there's a type D buffer, which is a 10-foot combination landscape and other requirements that's required when office is adjacent to residential properties. That is per code, and they are not requesting as part of this to impact that buffer in any way, shape, or form. So the 10-foot standard code required buffer on the eastern edge of the property will be required when they come in with their site plan. Again, I think some of the confusion was waiver number 4, which is the landscape. What that allows for is code requires a specific amount of landscaping along the edge of the building right here, and they're asking to narrow that a little bit. So the little kind of grass strip, head strip here would be a little more narrow, but the required landscape buffer in between the properties, that would remain as code requires.
Thank you. And then for the gentleman whose property is right below, is there any change to his setback or anything like that? The other business owner?
I think the property owner was concerned about why they were asking to be closer. However, it sounds like he's had that conversation with the applicant team, clarifying that it's only to allow for the existing condition of this existing building, which is going to remain.
So nothing changes with that?
No, the waiver is explicitly justified based on that building. So were they to demolish that building and come in with a new one, they wouldn't necessarily be able to take advantage of that reduced setback.
Thank you. So, and then also the height of the building is 35 feet?
Yes, that's the standard height. The applicant is not asking for any amendments to that.
And then the requested setbacks are within Orange Code, I guess? Is that?
The applicant's justification initially for the waivers was that they had designed the project with Orange Code in mind, which, as we're all aware, has much reduced setbacks, particularly along major streets here. Since that code is not adopted, staff did not review against Orange Code. Things could change. However, from a general perspective, yes, it does appear in line with proposed new code standards when it comes to setbacks along these major roads.
And then I did receive all 98 of your signatures, and we did read all of the emails that we received on this issue. But it's just like it's a hard place to be, because essentially today they could demolish and build, and instead they're here because they're asking for just a variance on the back end. It doesn't affect the buffer. They're willing to work with us in terms of the Houston access point. And with the 25 customers coming in a day, 10 hours a day, I get it when the traffic is hard and congested. And you know what? The customers who go to that facility get it too. But I also understand the need of this type of facility in our community, particularly with some personal things that have happened for me and the scarcity of those resources. So I would like to, based on the fact that, it is, the zoning exists for it right now. It's a variance that they're requesting, which is triggering the PD. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be here. And so I'm going to make a motion to approve staff's recommendation with consideration of amending the Houston right turn to assess that, whether or not that's available.
Second, Gomez.
Available.
All right, we have a motion and a second at this time.
Mayor, I can offer a clarification of a condition of approval to capture that, if that's preferred by the board.
Please.
I could propose a new condition number 15 that would read, upon the submission of site plans, staff shall evaluate the feasibility of a restriction of right turns from the site onto Houston Road. That would be proposed condition 15 to capture the feasibility of that restricted right turn, and then the remaining condition would be renumbered to number 16.
Thank you.
Understood by the motioner and the seconder. We do have a question.
Commissioner Samarad, I understand that there is a need in this, and this is a need that is very, very personal, but it seems like there's a lot of uncertainty in your community as far as notices and proper notice. Would you consider an opportunity to bring everyone to the table just so that your constituents leave a little bit more satisfied with the process you're doing? I support what you're doing, and I believe it's needed, but it always bothers me when people don't feel like they really know what's going on, and it seems like that's how some of these neighbors are feeling. It doesn't take away from what you're doing and the services you provide. It's just you guys are all going to be neighbors going forward, and this is happening a lot where we have commercial and public office space near residential, backing up to residential. And as someone who lives on a road backed up to C2, it is a very aggressive manner to deal with. And every time, even though you're dealing with it, every time something new comes in, you just tend to feel like you're just being choked a little bit more. So if you feel confident moving forward, it's fine. But I couldn't help but dismiss hearing the concerns of just not feeling like they know what's going on in their own neighborhood.
And I hear those concerns as well. What would the expected outcome of a meeting like that be when they already have basically the approval, and Orange Code and Vision 2050 gives them already what they're requesting? It's so what could we what would be the end game?
My only end game is sometimes there's something that you can negotiate, which it seems like you're getting. I like the signage and them agreeing to do that. It's just giving comfort to your neighbors. That's all. But if you feel confident, I'm not going to oppose it. I just wanted to just share that thought.
Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Moore.
I don't
Unfortunately,
guess
we've
my question.
closed up.
I'm good.
Commissioner Moore.
I'm good.
Just with the board at this point, just a conversation with the board, unless there was a clarifying question of the applicant. Okay. All right. So we do have a motion and a second at this point. And so I'm going to call the question. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes and it is unanimous. All right. Thank you. We're going to move to the next item, and this is item E6. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Thal Mueller is going to be framing this item as well. With that, you're recognized.
I think I've lost my presentation. As it is coming back up, Mayor, this is case LUP 24, here we go, 2412-298. This is a request to rezone 15.39 acre property located east of Forest City Road, south of Pembroke Drive, from A1 Citrus Rural District and R3 Multifamily District to PD Plan Development District for the proposed Grace Fellowship Planned Development. This comes with the proposed development program of 178,344 square feet of religious institution square footage and accessory uses with 1,800 seats, and a 22,790 square foot counseling center. In addition, the applicant is requesting one waiver from code for a reduced setback. We'll see on the aerial in a moment. It's to allow an existing building to be a little closer to the property line than code would allow. Here we have the future land use map. Property is all designated medium density residential in the future land use map. And as previously mentioned, it has two zoning districts. A1, you have that rural citrus district, and R3 multifamily district. And as discussed, the property is proposed to be rezoned to PD Plan Development District. Here we have an aerial. The site is currently developed and operating with the existing church use. The request is to clean up the zoning all under one consistent zoning district with one unified development program. The counseling center there on the east side of the property will remain. The existing church will remain, and additional sanctuary is proposed to be constructed in the future. In addition, you can see the metal warehouse building on the southern end of the property there. That is the point of the waiver request. Here we have the proposed plan development land use plan, general outline, access to the property along with proposed development as discussed, and development standards. One point of clarification in the staff report, it appears a formatting error cut off some names in the Planning and Zoning Commission synopsis. Just wanted to clarify that Commissioners Holt and Cardenas were also part of the unanimous motion recommending approval. And with that recommendation here is to make a finding consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Grace Fellowship Plan Development to Land Use Plan subject to the conditions listed under the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation in the staff report. This item is in District 2, and staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right, thank you. The applicant, Ms. Wilson, you're representing the applicant today.
Hey, good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Rebecca Wilson, 215 North Eola, here on behalf of the applicant. We have representatives from the church that can answer any questions that you all may have, along with our design team, and happy to answer any questions you have. We agree with the staff report, and I would just like to reserve any additional time I have to answer any concerns we hear from the neighbors.
All right, thank you very much. I'll stand by. Do we have members of the public present who should be heard on this item? Okay, we do have a person who is here. If we can kind of assist her to get over to the, all right.
We have two speakers for this item, Mayor. Millie Lopez and Brent Ellis.
Okay, so we may, Miles, if we can't get her behind there, she can come in front. Let's turn her around. If we can't get her through there. Okay. All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and board members. My name is Millie Lopez, aka Milagros Lopez, owner of 2614 Greenleaf Drive. I'm in the immediate vicinity of the project, and I am opposing to any zone changes. They already have 500 seats, and they have been operating successfully under the capacity without any more development. I have owned that property for 25 years, and I have seen it grow and affect my quality of life. The traffic, the fact that Orange County Sheriff's Office are available to guard their entrance, but not available to serve and protect my community, especially for the past 3 years. Crimes and many calls to the Orange County Sheriff, while every weekend I have witnessed for years Orange County Sheriff officers parked at the entrance, most of the time idle. So I strongly oppose to any diversion of tax time dollars to more improvements on this particular property. They already have 500 seats of members. It does not need to, if they need to increase to 1,800, they can just find another location that will not affect the traffic. They're already talking closure of one of the roads, which will definitely affect our life in a worse way, me and the neighbors. There is no street lights and no sidewalks in my subdivision. I am approximately roughly 800 feet away from this project's entrance, yet they have police presence, they have sheriff's presence, they have the okay by the board to continue improving without addressing how it affects us neighbors in the vicinity. So yeah, I oppose. It should not continue, it should not be approved. They have means to maybe go somewhere else, but no, the zoning should remain rural as it has been for the last 25 years, no changes. Please consider helping the neighbors divert resources to the safety of our daily living residents versus this facility. Residents should take
All right, thank you,
priority.
Ms. Lopez. Unfortunately, you did run out of time. I think we understood it. Mr. Thalmuller, I believe you did say there was another speaker.
Yes, I thought I saw Brent Ellis. Oh, there he is.
And as you come, sir, if you can give us your name and address, we'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you for letting me be up here. My name is Brent Ellis. I live at 1909 Bobtail Drive, approximately probably 300 yards behind the church. I've been a member of the church for almost 4 years. I've lived in that area. I've lived in that area for about 15 and at my address for about 10. I wanted to come because I know the traffic and all that is an issue in that area. But like I said, I've lived there for 15 years, and at the times of these services, there's almost no traffic happening on that road on Pembroke Drive. And I know the church is planning with this new construction to go from 6 services down to 4 services. So it'll be a little more concentrated, and there'll be more time in between services. So it won't be as congested during the services, trying to get them in and out quickly. What Grace has done for this community, we need more of. We need more of their counseling center, where they've done over 10,000 counseling visits this year. Out of this small church is making a huge impact with this community, And I've been a part of it, like I said, for 4 years, going to church there, and been around this community for 15. There has been a lot of crime in this area. Right across the street from myself, I didn't see it, I heard my neighbor get murdered, and it sucked. This community needs more love, needs more God in it, and this church is the answer to that area. So I want them to grow bigger. I want them to build and have to move away because it's so big. They have to get a bigger building that even those two pieces of land can't hold. So that's it. I just wanted to come up and talk about the traffic. And like I said, 15 years, and there's very little traffic that time of day if it wasn't for the church. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ellis. Do we have any other members of the public who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers to this item.
I'm going to go back to Ms. Wilson, the applicant, for any rebuttal comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to point out that the church does pay off-duty sheriff's officers. It is not something that the county provides for the church, and they do that as an accommodation to their neighbors so that during services and on Sundays there is not an undue burden on those neighbors. Just a little bit, I don't know, Nick, if I can, oh look, I can go back here. So if you'll notice, the only thing we're asking for is a rezoning. The property currently has a future land use of medium density residential that would allow, is it 20 or 25? I quit reading the old comp plan like a year ago. Is it 25 units an acre, Nick?
Medium density is 20.
20. So 20 units an acre for 15 acres, you know, we're well over 300 units. So if we don't keep this as a church use, that is what the property is entitled for. So the church use exists because it can be allowed in A1 and in R3. It can be allowed in the future land use of MDR. Since we are expanding, we needed to make sure that A1 was consistent with the MDR. So we had two options. One option would have been to simply rezone the A1 to R3, which would allow us a church use, and it would have allowed us to continue to have the entitlements for the 20 units an acre. Instead, and because of the commitment of the church to the neighborhood, we've taken this to planned development, which limits that use only to this church. And I'm happy to share the concept plan, but we are expanding and building a new sanctuary, and then we would repurpose the existing building. As Nick pointed out, the only variance we are currently requesting is in order to keep an existing storage house that is on the west side of the property. Happy to answer any other questions that you all have. Thanks.
All right, Ms. Wilson, if you'll just stand by for a moment, we'll be going to the District Commissioner. We're going to close the public comment period at this time and close the hearing. We'll go to Commissioner Moore, and Commissioner Moore, Commissioner Scott has indicated a desire to speak. He may have questions also.
I have a question too, but go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Moore. Hey, Rebecca, how you doing?
Hey, great.
Okay, we need to turn on Commissioner Scott's mic.
Test. Okay. Rebecca, you say you hire off-duty deputies. How many deputies?
I will bring up 3.
So it's 3 deputies. They're there for traffic control. Do they do anything else to kind of mitigate the impacts of the service in terms of the impact of traffic?
I will let.
Hey, thank you. My name is Rick Garrett. I live at 644 Sherwood Drive. I'm one of the pastors at the church. We do have 3 off-duty officers there. Anytime we have an event, they work both to facilitate traffic, so they are directing traffic in and out of the facility. They're also there for security as well, in case there's anything that arises with a group of people like that size. size.
So you have it for your regular worship service and then also at Bible study and other things? There's always a deputy there too?
Anytime we have a larger group of people on the property, we have them there for those purposes.
Were you involved in the purchase of the facility from the shrine?
We were, yes.
Okay. Yeah. Would you characterize your service now in terms of the traffic? Would it be the same as the shrine, as it before, or more or less?
I'm not super familiar with the Shriners' property use. I know they used it more throughout the week. We have heard from many of the neighbors. They had drum corps, they had motorcycle things.
Yeah.
So the first thing we heard was you guys have reduced the use of the property and reduced the noise in the neighborhood. So there was a lot of gratitude initially from the community on that regards. I don't know what their traffic was. But again, we are limited really we have services on Saturday evening and Sunday morning. So.
And then with this increase of your worship hall, 1,800,
Yes.
Is it your plan to potentially increase the amount of deputies to kind of mitigate some of that traffic, or?
I'm sure we likely will need to at that point. Right now we do have the dedicated officers directing traffic as people come and go, and then they relocate into the building during the service time. But we probably would reconsider all of those pieces once we.
And then my final question, a gentleman in public comment, he said that you all were moving from 6 services to 4. What is the 6 services and then what is the 4 as far as the time?
Yeah, right now with the smaller sanctuary, we have 2 services on Saturday at 4 and 5:30 p.m. We have 4 services on Sunday. They begin at 8 and they end at 2 p.m. So we have an 8, a 9:20, 11, and 12:30 service. So once we are able to finalize this property, if we're able to move forward with this and expand the sanctuary, we would maintain 2 on Saturday and 2 on Sunday morning. So we would lose the earlier and later services on Sunday morning. So we have 4 and 5:30, and then 9 and 11:30.
So 2 Saturday evening, 2 Sunday morning. Oh, okay.
Yes.
And then potentially additional deputies to kind of move traffic along.
Absolutely.
Should there's any bottlenecks.
Yes.
Okay, I'm good, Mayor, Commissioner. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Moore.
Yes, Ms. Wilson, I had a question along Pembroke because I know what's coming in terms of trails. The Maitland pedestrian bridge, there's a new plan to connect through Maitland and right down here on Pembroke Road over to Riverside Acres Park and up to the 414. And so I just want to be sure that it's probably in the next 5 years that there'll be enough of an easement there along Pembroke to put that 10 to 12-foot trail. So I'm hoping nothing's getting built too close to Pembroke in case we have to come back and get some right-of-way later for that trail, which will be very wonderful for you and your church to have a trail in front of it.
Yes, and we do have on our site plans, there is a significant setback. The PD requires 25. Our concept plan looks like it even is more than 50 feet. So there would be plenty of room in our 25-foot setback for any type of easement that may be needed.
Okay. Well, I know that's coming, so I just wanted to be sure. And I think it's Millie, right? Is her name Millie? On Greenleaf, I was sitting here looking you up on Google Maps, and it's very clear your infrastructure on that part of Greenleaf is not where it needs to be. It's an older section. And we had a conversation this morning about stormwater, and I could see why you don't have sidewalks because you have swales. So that would certainly be something, if it's not me or the subsequent commissioner would want to advocate for you to get that stormwater handled in that area and get your sidewalks. And you can call my office. We can talk to you about how to get some more streetlights. It is clear this side of Forest City Road does not have the same infrastructure. We've done a lot of sidewalk work in Lockhart, but we've not gotten to yet. But call my office. We'll work with you and see what we can expedite. And so I don't know if there are any other questions. I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay, if there's a motion.
Second.
It's okay. Move the recommended action.
You said yes?
And
Okay.
Yeah.
Second, yeah.
okay, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero will be the seconder on the motion. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, thank you all for your presence today. We're going to move to the next item. E7, we'll open the public hearing on this item as well, and Mr. Thelmuller will be framing this item.
Thank you, Mayor. This case is case number LUP 2411-264. The request here is to rezone about a 3.5 acre piece of property on the east side of Old Apopka Road, west of Sheeler, north of Cleveland Avenue, from R3 multifamily dwelling district to PD planned development district, with a proposed development program of up to 30 single-family attached residential dwelling units. In addition, there are 5 waivers from code associated with this request to allow a slightly smaller lot size, to allow some reduced interior setbacks, and a reduced PD perimeter setback along the edge of the property. Property is designated low-medium density residential on the future land use map, which allows up to 10 dwelling units per acre. Property is also located within the Wekiva study area and must provide minimum 35% of the property is permanently protected open space. As previously mentioned, property and most surrounding properties are designated R3 multifamily dwelling district, and the request is to rezone the property to PD with a specific development program and standards conditions approval attached. We see here the property is currently undeveloped. Of note, the property is located on the frontage is along a section of the West Orange Trail. There is a condition of approval that requires the applicant has been coordinating with Parks and Recreation to enter into an agreement to allow for the necessary crossing over that trail. Here we have the land use plan showing the outline of the property, proposed access, again, on the frontage on Old Apopka, crossing the West Orange Trail there, and then future access should the adjacent properties develop. You can see there in the northeast and south end of the property. PD also traditionally includes development program and development standards. You can see here on the screen. So with that, recommendation is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Hibiscus Springs PD subject to the conditions of approval listed under the Planning and Zoning Commission in the staff report. This item's in District 2, and staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right, with that, is the applicant on this item present? Mr. Baldacci is coming forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Rick Baldacci with Applicant, 5555 East Michigan Street, Orlando, representing the owner, and we agree with staff's recommendation and are just here for any questions.
All right, if you'll stand by, do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. Then we'll close the public hearing on this item. Commissioner Moore, would you like to offer a potential motion?
Sometimes I wish they didn't just leave it all to me, but I've met with the applicant several times, and we have discussed having a very nice buffer with these townhomes. We've looked at some alternative routes to the back and finishing roadways that are not contiguous, and so we've had some really good conversations. And I will tell you that this property, the owners had it for 20 years, and because of the work of our Parks and Rec and my people of Southern Apopka, he decided it looked so wonderful over there, it was time to build. So I'm excited to have some missing middle on the West Orange Trail, and we still have a little work to do when we get to the next step, but with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second, you read.
All right, we have a motion and a second. However, we do have Commissioner Simrat who may have some questions.
I just had one question. Does a retention pond count as open space? Like when it says 35% open space?
It does. It does.
It does.
Yep.
And then, Commissioner, I so appreciate hearing trying to conserve the buffer, particularly because I learned that when Orange County, when we do sidewalks, we can't plant trees along the sidewalk line. We only plant them in the median. So any type of, trying to promote trail usage and stuff, maintaining those trees helps in terms of keeping people cool and things. So
Yeah, well, they're going to put the front along the trail so that, and you can tell I was saying keep those trees, and we're looking potentially to bring them in the back way if I can get some right away from the city of Apopka. We've got some alternate routes from the back side, so that would be the hope, but that we're not quite there yet because there's some issues with surrounding property owners. But you can answer it too, answer a question.
Good. Thank you.
You don't need anything else? Okay.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is Unanimous. All right. We'll move to the next item. This is item E8. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Thelmuller, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is case LUP 24-12-297. The request is to rezone a 3.2 gross acre piece of property located on the south side of Fenton Street, west of South Apopka Vineland Road, from RCE Country Estate District to PD Planned Development District with a proposed development program of up to 6 single-family attached residential dwelling units for the proposed Fenton Street plan development. I will point out that the request and the plan itself do identify a program of up to 6 attached dwelling units. However, per discussion at the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, the applicant did agree to an additional condition of approval, limiting the development program to 5 single-family attached residential dwelling units. Property is designated with 2 future land use designations, low, medium density residential and rural. And you will notice the urban service area boundary splits the property in half. The reason for that is, you will see in just a moment, property is designated as previously mentioned, RCE Country Estate District, in a little pocket of RCE surrounded by existing planned developments, primarily the mixed use Carina Parkside PD, and the proposed Fenton Street PD zoning district shown there. Here we have the aerial, which provides a little explanation for why the property has that split designation. You'll notice on the south end of the property, it appears from an aerial to the untrained eye even that it is very, very wet. That area, per the conservation area determination that was provided, is in fact all wet. There's approximately 1.2 acres as mentioned in the staff report, and on the title screen that is upland developable. What the future land use map did all those years ago was they identified the area that is upland, and that is where the low medium density residential applies. Everything on the south end is rural and cannot be used, since it is wetland, to generate any sort of development area or entitlements. You will see that the property is surrounded by a mix of different uses. We have a single-family subdivision to the north. On the east, across Apopka Vineland, with the Town West development with a mixed shopping center, multifamily housing. There's another multifamily apartment project that is currently under review in the development plan stage, located there at the corner of Fenton and Apopka Vineland, and the Jewish Community Center just south of that, along with some remnant single-family homes along that stretch of Fenton there. Here we have the proposed plan development land use plan. Shows the boundary of the property, the point of access off Fenton Street, and as previously mentioned, it does identify that wetland line. Everything on the south end of that is shown as conservation area and will not be touched by this proposed development. Everything in the north and that little stretch there where the low medium density residential future land use is where the proposed development would be taking place. So with that, recommendation is to make a finding consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Fenton Street plan development land use plan subject to the conditions listed under the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation in the staff report, which again does include that additional condition limiting the project to 5 dwelling units. This item is in District 1, and staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right, with that, is the applicant on this item present? All right, our representative, please come forward.
Good afternoon, mayors, commissioners.
Morning.
My name is Mamtaz Bark. I reside at 1507 South Hiawassee Road, Suite 211, Orlando, Florida. I am the applicant. I'm here to answer any questions. I do have a presentation in case you guys have any questions or need additional information, but I'm not going to go through it now because I don't want to waste your time unless you need the information. So if you have any questions or if you need me to answer any...
All right, you can stand by.
Sure.
We'll see if there's any members of the public present who wish to be heard. Do we have any?
We do, Mayor. We have 2 speakers for this item.
All right, we have a couple of speakers.
Our first speaker, again, folks, I'll call your names. Please approach the podium in the order called. When you do, please begin with your name and address for the record. First speaker is Sam Devanani, followed by Lane Nielsen.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Sam Devnani. I reside at 9206 Hanging Vine Court. It's the community right across the street on Fenton Street. First of all, I want to thank the commissioners, particularly Commissioner Wilson, who's not here today. She solicited a community meeting, community feedback at the Sand Lake Elementary School. It was in the evening hours where many of us were able to attend. I believe it was over 50 residents that were able to attend that meeting. The developer at that meeting did not really provide us a lot of details of the proposed plan, said there will be some townhomes. The concern was that the townhomes will not be a proper fit for the residential look and feel of the environment that we have surrounding. We are a community of 228 single-family homes right across the street. Every other lot in that street is also having a single-family home. They're proposing 5 townhomes. While the residents are not opposed to increase in development, the aesthetic features of some of the drawings that we've seen have it more looking like a commercial retail center rather than residential. There's also no amenities that I saw on these multifamily townhomes. Several of the other multifamily locations in the nearby areas provide several amenities for the residents, so I think it's lacking in some development there. There's many features of the townhomes that could be converted to be more residential friendly, such as landscaping, lighting, roofing, fencing, exterior materials. We can include all of this language in the proposed plan development to provide protections to the residents that have already invested large sums of money in the neighborhood, to ensure that the neighborhood is aesthetically pleasing. It conforms to the residential standards that we had to endure when we constructed our homes. Thank you for your time. I request that you deny this proposal as it stands. Ask the developer to go back to the community and solicit some more feedback and possible some variances that may be more amendable to the exterior for more appeasing look. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Is it 2 minutes or 3 minutes?
You have 2 minutes.
Okay.
Well, were you giving them 3 minutes or 2?
It's been 2 minutes all day, Mayor.
2.
Well, first, thank you all for your service. It's my first time to be here with you, and I appreciate your work. My name is Lane Nielsen. I reside at 7555 Wandering Way, which is just north of this proposed development. And I would like to bring out that in addition to 50 or 60 people who came at that community meeting, all of whom unanimously opposed this project the way it was presented, one of the main concerns is that it would change the character of the development in this area and would decrease property values. And one of the main concerns was alluded to here by Sam, and that is that what's proposed looks more like a commercial retail building instead of a structure of residential character. So what I would recommend and request is that this matter be referred back to planning and zoning for the development of some architectural guidelines and standards for the development, because currently the only thing that was basically discussed at planning's meeting was limiting it to 5 units, whereas what we need to do is have some standards, because all the other homes in the neighborhood had to meet standards for fencing and lighting and roofing and colors and all sorts of architectural requirements to improve the character and preserve the character of the neighborhood. So that's what I would ask, is that you send this back to planning and zoning to put some things in effect to preserve the character of the neighborhood. And also, there appears to have been no due diligence done that would prevent this being separate single-family homes on this tract rather than one sort of townhouse development, so that it would be more in line with the residential character. But mostly, we just need some architectural standards imposed by planning and zoning. So thank you for your attention, and would appreciate it if you would refer the matter back to give everybody a chance to impose some architectural standards. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Do we have any other members from the public who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no more speakers on this item,
All
Mayor.
right, I'm going to go back to the applicant for any rebuttal comments.
Thank you guys for the input that you have, and I think it seems like they are concerned about the visual aspect of the proposed townhomes. And I would like to kind of let them know that we will work with them and make sure that we match whatever's within that area, that we're not going to do anything that's going to look different. You know, we have a variety of styles that we have in that location. The adjacent property to us is very modern in look. And that's what we kind of basically looked at providing, is to kind of match that look. But if that's not something that the neighborhood likes, then we could revise that and go back to more traditional designs and try to kind of base it on the subdivision that's north of us, if that will satisfy you guys. And if that could be, if we can get back with planning and we can discuss that. And if we need to go back to the community and discuss, you know, once we have a look of the building, we would love to come back and show it to you, and we could put that as a condition if the board deems that appropriate.
All right, if you'll just stand by for a moment, we're going to close the public hearing portion, and Commissioner Wilson is not here this afternoon, but we're going to move forward. We do have a question or comment by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Nick, you said that it was 6 townhomes, or they reduced them? What did you really say that?
Sure. So the original request that came in was for a maximum development program of up to 12 single-family townhomes. However, through discussions of the review process, hearing from the community, and getting back the upland developable acreage, the applicant did agree to reduce that to 6.
To 6.
At the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, there was further discussion about what could realistically fit on the property, and the question was posed, would they be willing to reduce that further to 5? And the applicant agreed to reduce their request to 5 single-family townhomes.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Nick. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Do we have any other questions by members of the board? Okay, is there a motion for approval?
Mayor,
You did? Okay.
I did. I just had a question, though. With the District 1 Commissioner being not here, and hearing that the applicant seems to have some desire to address the community concerns, and what Commissioner Uribe referenced earlier, maybe it's an opportunity for her to meet with them. I don't know if there's a flavor for that on the board or not, but an idea.
I had inquired during briefings if there were any cases that we needed to maybe continue, and we were advised that no, she was fine with our moving forward.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so is there a potential motion?
So moved, Uribe.
And you're moving the requested action, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the seconder is Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right. Thank you, sir. We'll move to the next item, F9. We'll open the public hearing on this item. And Mr. Thalmuller, you're recognized.
Thank you again, Mayor. This is case LUPA 2411-278. That is a land use plan amendment for the existing Grand Cypress Resort PD. The request is to take the existing PD located west of south of Popka Vineland Road. Well, subject property is west of south of Popka Vineland Road, south of Winter Garden Vineland Road. It's a roughly 10.02 acre property, and rezone it from RCE to add it into the overall PD for a total PD acreage of 1,606 acres. The request also includes updating the overall PD development program from 1,668 resort rental units, 1,505 hotel rooms, 207 multifamily residential dwelling units, and 100,000 square feet of retail entertainment uses to, and this is the proposed overall PD development program for that 1,600 acres. 6,378 resort residential units, 1,505 hotel rooms, 207 multifamily residential dwelling units, and 500,000 square feet of retail, commercial / entertainment uses. Here we have a very zoomed out land use map to see the entirety of the PD. You see there's a mixture of land use designations. There's a little history behind all of that. This PD was approved before future land use existed, the original PD was. When the comp plan and future land use map was adopted in '91, since this property was already designated PD, it was given that gray PD future land use to reflect that it was already PD with already a specific negotiated entitlement development program. The area on the east side, you can see there that is rural. That is a similar case situation to the case we just heard on Fenton Street. The area that is designated or that is clearly shown as wetland was given that rural designation and not within the developable area of the PD. Over time, the PD has expanded, such as what is currently proposed, and included much of that area on the south end that does have that commercial future land use designation. And on the very, very south end, you see that little square that is tacked on. That is the subject property to be rezoned, to be added into the PD. Here we have the zoning map, makes it a little clear where that square is. You can see it is yellow, indicating that it's RCE. And as mentioned, proposed to be zoned PD to add it into the overall Grand Cypress Resort plan development. Here we have the aerial showing the subject property and surrounding area. Property consists of an old golf course that has been redeveloped into resort development, along with some other resort development there on the south end adjacent to the subject rezoning property. Here we have the overall plan development land use plan. You can see there kind of the darker gray is the development area of the PD, and then that lighter gray is that shaded conservation area. Also included is the overall PD development program and development standards. And with that, recommendation is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Grand Cypress Resort Plan Development Land Use Plan Amendment, subject to the conditions listed on the P&Z recommendation of the staff report. This item is in District 1, and staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right. With that, is the applicant on this item present? Rep, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. David Evans, Evans Engineering, 719 Irma Avenue, Orlando, 32803, here on behalf of the applicant. Also have members of the ownership development team here with us today if we have any questions for them. We have reviewed the staff comments for the proposed changes. We concur with their recommendation and would like to reserve any time for rebuttal if needed, or questions if you have any.
All right. If you would stand by for a moment. Do we have members of the public present which will be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing portion. Commissioner Wilson is the district commissioner. Question, Commissioner Martinez-Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a comment. It's not a question. But once we give the entitlements, can we ever take them back? I guess for Nick.
No. Once the property is rezoned, it does have the entitlements associated with that rezoning.
So this is a substantial increase, moving from 1,600 units to, I think it's 6,300, and some hotel rooms remain the same, and then commercial 100K to 500K. And I'm uncomfortable giving entitlements on something that is that intense and that wet. In the, it looks like there's a lot of wetlands there. Is that a bunch of wetlands on that property?
There are wetlands as identified on, here we go. You can see it a little clear in the aerial along the east side of the property, but that is identified as conservation area and not within the developable portion of the PD.
So they're going to increase commercial 5-fold, resort units 6-fold on where?
I'll let the applicant speak to proposed future expansion plans.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your question. So the way this was done is that the PD has been evolving since 1975. So That was land use amendment, first one was probably in 1980. So over time, the developers of the property had brought on units based on the existing and proposed land uses. And remember, the land use plan wasn't adopted by Orange County Comp Plan until about 1990. So what we did was look at the existing entitlements that are on the property based on the underlying land use, which is commercial, and just capture those units. When we did the calculation based on that, so if I can explain a little bit further, underlying land use on the southern portion of the property is commercial, and on the northern portion is PD. So only on the southern portion did we look at the commercial entitlements that were already on the property based on the commercial land use entitlements. So when we did that, we calculated about 20 to 25,000 units that would be available under the commercial land use underlying on the southern portion of the property. Met with the developers, looked at site plans, looked at some potential density plans based on what could be built there. And remember, the property is 1,500 acres from south to north with wetlands, 800 acres of its wetlands. So you got about 800 acres of developable land on that property. So when you divide that up based on the request, you can see that if you spread that out, then they would have a substantial amount to spread out between the 1,500 acres and the length of the property from south to north on 535. So the commercial underlying land use, we didn't ask for additional residential density or commercial density. We just recognized the density that was already there under that commercial land use designation on the south portion.
Okay.
I hope that makes sense.
Are then your increases, are they in relation then to the traffic counts of the area, like
Absolutely.
your increases? So you're not putting any additional traffic on the road than what was planned for initially with the golf course that was there?
So again, those entitlements were existing under that commercial land use entitlement on the southern portion of the property, so we didn't ask for anything in addition to that. But at the end of the day, you know, this is the first step in all the development program processes. We have to go through development plan next, and then obviously site plan after that. So through the development plan portion, which is required by the county for any development within a PD, which it will remain, would require us to test the capacity along the roadways. During this increase and the change that we're doing to the land use plan today, we did do a study, was part of the report, based on what existing current roadway networks are there, based on the increase that we've asked for in this land use plan, and it was reviewed by the county.
So you are requesting an increase, because I'm saying it's a five-fold increase. So
Commissioner, I can speak a little bit to the details of the traffic study the applicant mentioned. As they mentioned, if you were to take a look at that commercial area and calculate what they could do otherwise under that development and the commercial and the retail uses, compare the trip count from the general amount of retail uses to the resort use that's being proposed and specifically limited on this property, it's actually a reduction in trips. Obviously, it's more trips than were there today, right, because you have more development, but compared to what could be there, it's a reduction in trips, if that makes sense.
And what about the six-fold increase in the resort units? Same?
Yeah. So it's
a
all
reduction in
within
trips?
the same bucket. It's actually less than what they could otherwise do, where they just go straight retail under the maximum allowed under that commercial future land use. And then, as the applicant mentioned, obviously it's not previously vested development, so they would have to go through the standard analysis and concurrency process, just like any other.
Okay. Can you help me understand then if today we grant the entitlements, but in the future, and they come forward and they say, well, we're going to impact X amount of wetlands, and the board doesn't agree at that time for increasing the wetlands. Do they have a legal claim to be like, well, you gave us the entitlements, and it resulted in wetland impacts, but you gave it to us, so we have a right to it?
No, that is absolutely contrary to the county's practice. There is no explicit indication that just because you're getting entitlements, first of all, it doesn't mean you're going to be able to get all those entitlements. It's always up to is the phrase we use, so it's all dependent on what can actually fit on the property when you factor in upland area, wetland buffers, parking, stormwater, et cetera. There's also absolutely no indication that any wetland area would be impacted. In fact, if you look at the comp plan definition of density intensity, it explicitly says you can only generate the development entitlements off of upland area. And there is no policy, no understanding, no directive that just because you have entitlements within an upland portion of a PD, that you would be able to impact or spread those out to a wetland area that was not previously considered as developable area under the PD.
Thank you for the clarification and information. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. With that, is there a motion for approval? Second? I'll second the motion. All right. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Opposed, no.
Yeah, I just had a question. There's this. I know that she said that she's comfortable with us moving forward. This seems, and I don't know if it's already been handled with her in her office. I mean, it just seems like we're just out on a limb, and I will just say as a courtesy, this is a huge undertaking for us to take on with the commissioner who resides over it, being present. I mean, this is a significant. I'm not negating. We weren't given a heads up. I felt more comfortable on the previous one, but this is a significant impact, and it just seems odd for us to be making these decisions in her district without any kind of feedback.
So Commissioner, I will share in our briefings.
I think your mic's not on all the way.
Yeah. Miles, you good? Commissioner, I will share from our briefings yesterday. Obviously, we were made aware that she would not be here this afternoon. She did not indicate her disposition on this particular request, but she did note that she was comfortable with it moving forward in her absence. So that's what I will share.
So you're taking one for the team on this then? Okay.
That was her statement. I have witnesses.
So I asked the question in my briefing as well. So you're saying Commissioner Wilson said she was comfortable with it moving forward, did not want to continue or to reschedule it, right?
She did not request for it to be continued in her absence.
And she said she's all good.
I didn't say that she said that. She was okay with it moving forward.
And just so I'm clear, this is the Grand Cypress Resort, the hotel right there off of I-4 Disney area, correct?
Yeah, yes. There are a number of resorts, including Evermore, as part of the.
All right, so we did have a motion and a second, okay? Mayor. Do need to vote,
Mayor, I'm kind of inclined to withdraw my motion and ask that the applicant will consider a potential continuance. I'm not the district commissioner for this. I don't want to put you in a position where she might have advanced this or give you an opportunity. So I would withdraw my motion for approval and ask how the applicant feels about a continuance.
Can it be continued to next?
When the commissioner is present.
Okay.
Okay, I think I'll go to the county attorney. It would be a motion to table, maybe, on this.
Till the following Tuesday, just 2 weeks from now, to the 20th?
What am I answering?
Are we able to table this till May 20th?
We had a
We have a
motion
motion.
and
Okay.
a second,
But
and
he's
we
withdrawing his
actually
motion.
voted. We started voting. So
There is a procedure in your rules for withdrawing a motion after it is seconded. I'll read it. Once a motion has been moved and seconded, it belongs to the entire board and not the maker of the motion. Therefore, if a member wishes to withdraw a motion that is officially before the board, action of the board must be taken in either of the following ways. And then you can, Mayor, you can simply ask the board if there are any objections to the motion being withdrawn, and if there are no objections, then the motion is withdrawn. Alternatively, you may make a motion to withdraw the motion.
okay, we actually had started voting.
That's why I'm being clear with your rules.
Oh, okay. And so, probably, I only heard at that point, Commissioner Scott made the motion and made the second, and
Motion
we
for the
voted.
recommended action was
Yes,
my motion. Yes, sir.
was to approve. And I heard the unrest. Commissioner Uribe did not say that she had unrest. She just didn't really vote.
I officially have unrest.
And Commissioner Simrad, I heard her vote.
Uneasy, yeah.
Say that again?
I'm uneasy about voting. Unrest,
Okay. So,
officially.
So I would formally petition the board to withdraw my motion to approve the recommended action
I second that.
if the board is.
okay.
So long as there's no objection, that would be fine.
All right. So we have a motion to withdraw, all right? And we have a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And Commissioner Moore joined us for that.
So now I
vote.
can file a motion to
Okay.
continue to May 20th?
So now we'll take up a new motion.
I'd like to file a motion to continue to the next BCC meeting, which is scheduled for May 20th at 2 p.m.
Second, Scott, applicant, you're good with that date?
Yes, sir.
All right, we have a motion now and a second for continuance to May 20th in the afternoon during the regular Board of County Commission meeting here in Orange County. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item, F10. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Stalmuller, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. This is case LUPA 24-11268. This is a land use plan amendment for the South Goldenrod Townhomes PD. Subject property located West Goldenrod Road, south of Curry Ford. Request is to rezone a 6.84 acre property to be added to the existing South Goldenrod Townhomes PD for a total of 21.16 new PD acreage. And increasing the development program accordingly from 110 to 167 single-family attached residential dwelling units. Here we have the future land use map. The area outlined in black and white is the existing PD property. You can see it's designated low, medium density residential. The area in red and white are the two parcels proposed to be added to the PD. Here we have the zoning map. You see the existing PD again with the two proposed parcels currently zoned R1A and, as mentioned, proposed to be rezoned PD, incorporated into the South Goldenrod Townhomes plan development. Here we have the aerial mixture of different development types in the area. We have the mobile home park to the north, some commercial uses off to the east, single-family detached subdivisions off to the southeast there. And you can see the property is currently undeveloped. However, there is a subdivision plan in for the first phase of those townhomes in the existing PD area. Proposal will be to do an additional phase to extend the development up through the newly aggregated property. That notch in the middle is an existing church facility. Here we see the planned development land use plan showing the outline of the property, connectivity to Goldenrod Road there, internal connectivity throughout the PD, along with the proposed development program and development standards associated. And with that, recommendation is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the amendment to the South Goldenrod plan development land use plan, subject to the conditions listed under the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation in the staff report. This item is in District 6, and staff and the applicant are available for questions. 3. District 3.
All right, is the applicant on this item present? If so, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Jason Rostek with Land Design, 100 South Orange Avenue, here in Orlando. Here on behalf of the ownership team, we support staff's recommendations and here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. If you'll just stand by for a moment. Do we have members of the public present who should be heard on this item?
We have one speaker for this item, Tina Demosthenes.
Okay, you'll be given 2 minutes if you will give us your name and address, if you don't mind.
Hey there, my name is Tina Demosthenes. I actually work for MI Homes. We are hoping to purchase this. We are in the process of purchasing the Phase 1 portion of the development. We're not part of the applicant's team yet. Hopefully we will be soon enough, but I just want to say that we're in favor. We're going to be, hopefully if we get to contract with them, we'll be doing the same product that we're doing in Phase 1 of the townhouse development, and I'm available for any questions if you have any questions about the product. So we appreciate your time and consideration. In favor of the project.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
We have no other speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we will, I'll give the applicant, if you want to offer any rebuttal comments, not necessary, but if not, we'll close the public hearing at this time. Any questions or comments by members of the board? Seeing none, Commissioner Uribe, the District Commissioner, is there a potential motion?
Yes, I'd like to file a motion for approval.
Second, Gomez.
All right. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero is the second on the motion. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item. It is my understanding on G10 or G11, that a continuance is going to be requested, but we'll open the public hearing and just validate that. Mr. Thalmuller, if you want to move forward.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is case CDR 2405130. It's an amendment to the Orangewood N1 PD. The request is to add a development program of 160,000 square feet of office and 300 multifamily units to the 10-acre affected portion of the PD. You are correct, Mayor. We are going to be requesting a continuance of this case. This item was previously continued from the March 11th and April 8th board meetings to allow the staff and the applicant team to have some discussions regarding vesting and future concurrency requirements. We do have a proposed solution. However, it is going to require an amendment to an associated plan. So we're going to ask to continue this to June 17th board meeting at 2 p.m. to allow the associated amendment to the preliminary subdivision plan to be heard concurrent.
All right. Let me just check and see if the applicant is here, and if so, do you want to make any comments?
Good afternoon, Chris Roper with the Ackerman Law Firm here on behalf of the applicant. We agree with the continuance to June 17th.
All right. Do we have any members of the public present who should be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. Then we'll entertain a motion to continue to June 17th of this year at 2 p.m. or thereafter.
Second, Gomez.
We'll make you the motioner, Commissioner Gomez.
Oh, okay.
All right. And the second is Commissioner Moore. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll go to the next item, and this is H12, and it is my understanding this item has been requested to be continued also to a June 3rd of this year date. But I'll go ahead and open it up. And Jason Sorensen, our chief planner, is going to frame this item with that. Mr. Sorensen, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, Commissioners. That is correct. The applicant has requested a continuance for this item to June 3rd at 2 p.m., so that is the requested action at this time.
All right. Is the applicant on this item present? Ms. Wilson, would you like to make any comments? She's good with the continuance to June the 3rd. Any members of the public present who should be heard on this item? I see none. I hear none. I entertain a motion for continuance to June the 3rd in the afternoon.
Second, Scott.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Moore, second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item, which is H13. And I'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Sorensen, I understand you were going to frame this item as well.
Yes, Mayor, and good afternoon again. This next item, H13 on today's agenda, this is a two-part request. The first part of the request is to change the future land use map designation from rural settlement 1-to-1 to commercial and change the zoning from C1 to C2 restricted. This is for a property that's located on East Colonial Drive in the Sunflower Trails Rural Settlement in District 5. The proposed use is Superior Sheds East Orlando Sales Center. Again, we are located in District 5. This is a map showing the existing future land use. The dotted line indicates the rural settlement boundary. The subject property currently, again, has RS 1-to-1 future land use. The proposal is commercial future land use. The existing zoning is C1 and the proposed zoning is restricted C2. This is an aerial of the subject property showing it south of East Colonial Drive and east of South Tanner Road. 82 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 1,200 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received over 100 responses in opposition. A community meeting was held on February 19th with 30 residents in attendance with concerns for traffic, flooding, crime, lighting, heavy trucks, and incompatibility. At the Planning and Zoning Commission local planning agency hearing, there were 7 speakers during public comment who were in opposition to the request. The Planning and Zoning Commission local planning agency, as well as staff, is recommending that the board make a finding of inconsistency with the comprehensive plan and deny the request. And staff is available for any questions.
All right, is the applicant on this item present? If so, she's coming forward. Ms. Almodovar.
Good afternoon, Diana Almodovar with DMA Civil Engineers LLC, 3703 Pompano Court, Gotha, Florida. Our request, as you heard, for the property located at 15816 East Colonial Drive is to amend the future land use map to change the flume designation from rural settlement to commercial and to rezone to Z2 restricted zoning to allow for a sheds sales center. This use will generate approximately 5 PMP trips, which will have a minimum impact on the adjacent roadway network. I'm here to answer any engineering questions you may have. I will pass on the mic to the owner, Carlos Rivero. He will provide more details on the site and the proposed project. Carlos?
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mayor. Carlos Rivero, 4729 Patch Roads, Suite 100, Orlando, Florida, 32822. I'm the property owner. I purchased a property back in January of 2018 from the original family that had bought it back in 1950 some odd, and it was a Zone C1 commercial at that time when they bought it. Prior to future land use. One of the items that is going to be brought up is that I see how staff mentioned that there were 100 emails and against, but they didn't mention that there was 81 people in favor, in support of the project, that we've gotten the letters, and I've submitted the letters into y'all at P&Z and to staff during emails. And interestingly enough is that the 6 closest homes to this property, I have support from 5 of them. And here is the map. And I noted the one that is against, but all the other homeowners are in support, along with the properties next to us along 50, but like it was said last time, those don't count. Don't know why they weren't counting, but and what I'm here in fighting for my family's sake is that this property and in this rural settlement, there were only 3 lots that were 100% zoned commercial. Only 3 out of the whole rural settlement. 2 of them were given commercial future land use. And they're on the corner as well. My lot was not given the future land use of commercial. So they're expecting then a single-family home to be on Colonial Drive with 50+ thousand cars, rumored now to be an 8-lane highway soon, and FDOT's estimations of 60,000 cars by 2030. To expect a house, a single-family home, to be on Colonial Drive, to be even safe, remotely safe, is I don't think is correct. But I just don't know why my lot, being the only 3 lots that were 100% zoned commercial, why it wasn't given the same future land use as the other lots were given, the other 2 lots. There was a study in that former Mayor Chapin had done, and it stated that there would be a few commercial lots along Colonial Drive in this rural settlement. And that was a study that Mayor Chapin did. And when I purchased the property, because I know you had mentioned at the P&Z, when the district commissioner came down to talk against me at P&Z, that I didn't do my due diligence. Well, I got the zoning letters before I bought them back in 2017 that said it was commercial. It did say it was in a rural settlement. So my next thing is I go and I look at the rural settlement, I look at the paperwork, and I see that it says that there's going to be a few commercial lots along 50. Well, as per the Merriam-Webster dictionary, couple is used to refer to 2 things, but is also often used for a small number greater than 2. Few is used the same way as couple, and also for a number slightly greater than a couple. So by the definition of me reading that there's going to be a few lots, I would think there's going to be more than 2. And there was only 3 that have that 100% zoning. So I've made the concessions, because this originally started back in 2018 when I first applied under the prior Commissioner Bonilla. She said it was a rational request. Get the community on your side. We met with the community. We had a community meeting. Had to be cut short. Actually, Nick is the one that cut it short when the guy told me to go back to where I came from, and it got out of hand. But in that situation, I ended up withdrawing my application because the commissioner said she wasn't going to be in support if I did not get the community on board. And she also wanted a tenant. She wanted to have a specific use. Well, it's hard to get a specific use when you're taking the very first steps of what's going to be a 2 to 3 year process. So I wasn't able to secure a tenant. Now I have a tenant. And it's been a business from District 5 that's been here for over 45 years in District 5. They have many dealerships throughout Florida, but they were on East Colonial, on Forsyth and Colonial back in the early 80s. The property was sold. They moved a little bit further east. Now that property is going to get sold. They're going to have to move further east. And the one that's against us, the gentleman that was the one across the street that's against us, he actually has a superior shed, so he knows the product. It's something that type of rural living would support, the carports and the sheds and so forth. But so now I actually have a tenant. But the tenant, unfortunately, needs to have a C2 because they have outdoor display of their carports and their sheds. So that's why I asked for the restricted. I'm the one that said restricted C2. I even gave the concession that I would be willing, because in the community meeting, that was one of the things back from 2018. I said I was willing to give the concession of no petroleum sales, no gas station whatsoever, because that was a big concern. That is not something that I want to do. I'm doing this for me and my family. I'm a local contractor, been here in Orange County, in East Orange County since September of 1970. And so I offered what I think is a huge concession, in that I would limit the site forever, beyond me. It runs with the land, no gas station whatsoever. And what I'd like to ask is, if you don't see a C2 restricted as being feasible, please just then give me my C1, that I already have the C1, just give me the future land use of C1, and I will look then for a tenant that will be a complement for this district. I'm going to be living just about 2 or 3 miles away. I'm already pulling permits on my retirement home on Chuliota. So this will be my home district. But I'd like to save some time for rebuttal as well, and to answer any questions that the public might have or the commissioners and mayor might have as well.
All right, if you don't mind standing by for a moment. Do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We do, Mayor. We have 16 speakers on this item.
All right, so do any of these speakers intend to cede time to someone else to speak? Do you have any indication
Only one
of that?
speaker is receiving extra time.
Okay. Let's roll through it.
All right, folks, I'm going to call your name in batches. When I do, please line up in the order. Call along. When you do, please give your name and address for the record. Our first speaker is going to be John Fouth, followed by Liz Connor, Dana Hutchinson, Pamela Seibel, and then Terry Seibel. First speaker could approach.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. We're waiting for I've got just a short presentation with some visuals. Okay, there we go. Next slide, please. My name is John Fouth. I'm a retired biology professor, and I live out in Wedgefield, which is a rural settlement. As you know, we've got 16 speakers coming. So I just want to focus on one item from the staff report in which they found that this is incompatible, inconsistent with the comp plan. And I want to highlight a word that appears 3 times, which is shall. And shall has a very important meaning. It's imperative. It's a command. It's mandatory. There's no waiver permitted. And so county staff already found that this rezoning request is inconsistent. P&Z upheld that. And even the information from Superior Shed demonstrates that they serve a wide area. This is not intended to serve just that rural settlement, which is what's required under the comp plan. So on the left is a screenshot from their current location on East Colonial Drive in Orlando, where they say not only do they serve Orlando, it's all of Osceola, Kissimmee, St. Cloud, and surrounding areas. The one on the right is from their location in Cocoa, and you can see the huge list that they serve there. This is not intended to serve the rural settlement at all. Residents of the rural settlement, as the applicant already told you, they have sheds. In fact, they have a lot of sheds. I might write a book about sheds. There's lots and lots of sheds. So there's something else that's going on here. The applicant clearly hasn't met the burden of the requirements under the comp plan for a rezoning request. Instead, they're bringing in a former chair of UCF's Board of Trustees, a former member of Orange County government, giving you lots of other stories that don't go to the legality of the situation. And democracy really suffers when that happens and when that influences public officials. So I trust this BCC to do its right and deny this request. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Fowle, thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Liz Connor, and I live at 2744 South Tanner Road, the other side of South Tanner Road. I wanted to advocate that you protect Sunflower Trail Rural Settlement. As was just said, we are asking for a no vote on this. It is not compatible, it does not make sense, and it is not needed. I know that we had, and I know that you've received over 130 emails. It's probably even more since this morning when I checked, so 130 you should have received. This development could create a future loophole because once they develop that property on the corner, everybody on the front follows suit. I think other concerns is that the driveway would not be on State 50 side. That's not possible. It would be on the South Tanner side. Lighting, density, location, sound, all of that is a concern, but also the fact that this is now in a rural boundary. This is right off the Econ River. This is a rural settlement. These do not serve the rural people. This is purely to capitalize on the people that are in the area transferring down this very busy highway. So I just want to bring that to attention. I also think that there's been a lot of misinformation spread. I think, you know, we all try to stay informed, but it's been kind of hard. The other thing is that this continues to come up every couple of years. Every couple of years it comes up. And it's getting, in my opinion, a little tiring in this area. We don't want it, we don't need it, and it's not currently zoned for that. There's many, many reasons why it is that way, but I just want to ask that you continue to stand with us on this issue and get a no vote on this. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Dana Hutchinson, 19246 Lansdowne, Orlando 32833. In November, Orange County voters decisively approved a charter amendment to establish a rural boundary. I'm here to ask that you respect the wishes of the voters and vote no. This property is located in a lovely rural neighborhood filled with mature trees, wildlife, pets, and families who moved there because of its rural character. The owner has stated that no one would want to buy this property to build a home on. I disagree. It's a beautiful lot filled with mature trees. It's far enough off 50 that it doesn't feel like it's right on a busy road. In fact, I actually looked at a property very similar to this in Sanford when I moved here, and it was the first house off of a busy road. And we ultimately did not buy it, but it had nothing to do with its location. It was not a deal breaker, and this will not be a deal breaker for this lot either. I have nothing against Superior Sheds, but the changes their business would create are completely incompatible with the character of this neighborhood. There is no need to have a shed company here. Everyone who wants a shed there has one. Is there an urgent need in the larger surrounding community? Not that I've heard of. In fact, most people would start their search on the internet anyway. If Superior Shed feels that it would be better to locate their business closer to the rural area, there are plenty of commercial properties nearby that are available, at least a half dozen. All but one that I looked at are currently already cleared and ready for use. There's no pressing need to add commercial lots in that area. The last thing I'll say is that I totally understand that there are times when exceptions will need to be made to future land use and zoning, but I believe that these should only be made when absolutely necessary and when there is a need in the community. That is not the case here. Please respect the wishes of the voters and vote no. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jeannie McKnight. I've lived at 2518 South Tanner Road, just down the road from the applicant's property for 34 years now. I'm both a neighbor and a full-time realtor. I consulted with a local real estate appraiser who warned me that this proposed zoning change could reduce nearby home values by up to $30,000. That's a serious concern for these existing homeowners. The applicant contends that the land isn't suitable for a home, but I disagree. Many beautiful homes are built on busy roads in our area, so it's certainly possible here too. Just look at homes which are less than a mile away from the applicant's property, such as on Colonial Drive, there's Colonial Woods. It's behind a wall. There's so many homes back there. We've all seen the beautiful homes built along University Boulevard, Hall Road, Aloma Boulevard, Cimarron Boulevard. These are extremely busy roads, so it can and has been done. As a realtor, I've been asked by sellers sometimes to price their land higher than I recommend, and their reasoning is they believe it's attractive for future commercial businesses and that it can be and will easily be rezoned commercial. I advise them that without an approved zoning change, there's no added value to their property. Most developers won't pay extra based on what might happen. The developer either wants to see the changed zoning before they purchase, or they want a deal. They want the property at a bargain. A lot of times, the sale of the property is contingent upon that zoning change. We see that all the time. Otherwise, the zoning is what the zoning is at the time of purchase, and the developer knows that going in. There are no guarantees. I also spoke to a real estate attorney about to a local real estate attorney about the deed restrictions the applicant is suggesting. I was told these restrictions can expire or be changed by a new trustee or a future owner. If the zoning is changed, what's stopping the property from being sold later and used in ways the community never agreed to? It sets the stage for a more likely approval of zoning requests of nearby properties that are also within the rural boundary. This community, along with leaders like you, fought hard to establish our rural boundary. That boundary passed with strong public support just months ago. Now is your chance to protect it. Please don't chip away at it piece by piece. I respectfully ask you to deny this request. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor Demings and Commissioners, good afternoon. My name is Terry Seibel. I reside at 16011 Old Shaney Highway, Orlando 32833. I come here today wearing two hats. One is a resident of this rural settlement, and my property is approximately 500 feet from the applicant's lot. The other is a real estate broker of residential and commercial properties. As a real estate broker, I have over 3 decades of real estate experience. I've lived in the East Orange County area for over 36 years. So yes, I'm familiar with the community. For the last several decades, Orange County leaders have worked hard to preserve the lands east of the Econ River. I have represented clients in this very rural settlement where their properties were zoned commercial, but they'll only be denied because the future land use map did not allow the commercial development of these parcels. As we know, the applicant is requesting that you change our rural settlement land to allow commercial development. We have concerns with consistency, sustainability, and compatibility. We see none. Orange County government has a future land use map. In those documents, it clearly designates rural settlement areas, 1 home, 1 acre. The overwhelming majority of our neighborhood is opposed to allowing commercial development in our neighborhood. We have a small area of rural settlement, and we believe we should honor the land the way it is. We are the stewards of our government, of our environment. Our rural settlements are nature-based and should not become extinct species. We have a responsibility to protect our environment. Everything that is important in life is decided by those who showed up. We have shown up to protect our land and our neighborhood. I say God be with us for these times when mankind seeks monetary gains or preservation of land resources. We ask that we seek that you deny this application. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
All right, Pamela, you can be next up. And who's going to be followed by Carl Speak, Heather Rittenhouse, Susie Morris, and Suzanne Arnold.
I'm not a speaker of sorts, but I lived in that area out there from 1970 till now. And there's plenty of places in Buffalo out there with clean land and everything to put the shed out there. And where it's at, where he's wanting to put it on South Tanner Road and Highway 50, there's another tile place that has been there for a long time, and it has went belly up. And I don't see how making that commercial land And it that far out of the other places in Buffalo that it wouldn't do any good. So that's the only thing I got to say about it.
You'll give us your name and address.
Keep it residential.
Okay, give us your name and address if you don't mind. Name, your name and address.
My name is Carl Eugene Speaks. I live at 18832 Jackson Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32820.
Thank you. All right, we'll move to the next speaker.
Good afternoon. It's Pamela Seibel, 16011 Old Cheney Highway. You guys will not believe this, but this application brought me here in 2018. It was my first time. So, and I've been here a few times afterwards. So, this is our rural settlement map. As you guys know, it was rolled out in 1991. There's 24 rural settlements, and it was designed so that it would protect our rural area. And one thing about the rural settlements is there is special protection, sorry. And I want to just cover that, and just as other people have said, is why this application surprised me that it was back again like it is. A rural settlement needs to serve the community. The rural settlement needs to have not drive outside traffic. So let me share a little bit more about us. Hello. What happened? There. This is our community. And we have historical church. We have the rural area. The old days, we could safely run on that road, not me, but, and we have a lot of trees. It's beautiful. The rural settlement was created to protect, as I said. This application is asking us to disregard the comp plan. It's asking us to disregard the protections of the rural settlement. It's asking us not to think about the homeowners that have lived there 30 to 40 years. It's asking us to think, okay, it's better than that. Is that all? That can't be 2 minutes.
Well, that's it.
Oh my goodness, hold on 1 second.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Sabel. We'll move to the next speaker.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
How do I do this? I don't know how to do this. You get that. Never mind. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Susie Morris. I live at 3638 Lake Dottie Drive, Orlando, 32820. I have lived east of the Econ River Basin in the Lake Pickett Rural Settlement for 28 years, and I have seen many changes to the rural settlements my late husband and I desired. More specifically, where I live, there have been many changes in our rural lifestyle. The density has encroached on our wetlands, ranch lands, and orange groves have been removed and developed in so-called affordable housing. Within 3 miles from my home, these affordable housing developments are homes starting at $700,000, $750,000, and $900,000. All these developments have eliminated the rural lands and disrupted wildlife habitats. The request for the applicant to amend the zoning of this parcel of land is not conducive to the residential neighborhood. Currently, the land has dual zoning, and residential zoning appears to be 1 house per 1 acre. Most properties east of the Econ River have our own wells and do not want our water quality, our waterways, or our wildlife impacted. Safety at the applicant's location is an issue and would create a very dangerous intersection in a high accident area. Tanner Road is one-way turn onto Highway 50 from a rural neighborhood. In the past 10 years, there have been 100 crashes, and 4 fatalities per FDOT. The lighting to secure the applicant's location would be disruptive to the residential neighborhood. Potential for crime is a concern. Bottom line, this applicant for the land use change does not meet the compatibility and consistency guidelines for a rural settlement. The guidelines are published to the 2010-2030 Orange County Comprehensive Plan. A no vote would help our families as well as the future generations, protecting our investments in our community and the environment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Heather Rittenhouse. I live at 16137 Old Cheney Highway. I'm kind of emotional, so I'll do my best. 26 years ago, I moved to this area this month. New residents, we just got married. We wanted the rural life. We lucked out finding the property for my friend's uncle. It was paradise. Trees, wildlife everywhere. Over the years, of course, progress has happened, good and bad. Time and time again, we've promised a rural boundary. We've showed up, we spoke, we voted. We hope you listen to us. This needs to be a no today. When people moved out to this rural settlement neighborhood, they knew what they were getting into. They wanted a rural lifestyle. Today, the applicant is asking us to make an exception to this. He wants us to sacrifice our safety, our investment in our land for retirement and a rural lifestyle. My property is the one thing that's drastically affected by this. My property backs up to the properties that face Colonial. Please vote no today and preserve the rural lifestyle that we were promised. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. My name is Suzanne Arnold. I live at 13306 South Lake Mary Jane Road, Orlando, Florida, 32832. I'm the communications chairperson for the Lake Mary Jane Alliance, and we're asking you to deny this change of use from this rural settlement to any kind of commercial. This use is not compatible with the rural settlement and is not consistent with the land use on either side of this property. Any change like this would cause a slippery slope within the Sunflower Trail rural settlement. The Vision 2050 plan that was delayed from moving forward would clearly not have allowed this. Once this is changed, we don't know what will actually end up there. And I think that's very important to note. This would set a precedent. The Lake Mary Jane Alliance has been trying to protect our rural lands throughout Orange County since 2005. Pam, I think I got you beat on the number of times I've come back here on a few of these, and there's one still going. Orange County has always fought for the protection of our lands, and the citizens of Orange County voted to support the charter amendment last year to protect these rural lands. There's no need for commercial in this area, especially so close to the Econ River, and there are plenty other commercial lands outside of the rural settlement. We ask that you follow the will of your citizens as well as the recommendations of both staff and P&Z to deny this application for commercial in a rural settlement. Also, on a side note, I'm not able to attend the next topic, so I just wanted to say that after years of fighting, we ask again for your support for the rural boundary and the Lake Pickett study amendment. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
All right, our last batch of speakers is going to start with Johnny Gonzalez, followed by Matthew Gurkolski and Cheryl Coates.
Good afternoon. My name is Johnny Gonzalez, and I live next to these two properties. And I'm in favor for this property to be developed. For the reason is because most people that have gotten up here don't actually live next to the property. And the property has been a dumping ground in the last 2 years. I've been there 4 years, and all I've seen is people dumping garbage there. There's fences there and right now that I have pictures of. There's drug problems there. There's also homeless people that are trying to camp there that I've had to chase out of the property. I live next to it, so I can tell you that I see this every day. I'm in favor. Thank you.
All right, next speaker.
Matthew Gurkolski, 1701 Lee Road, Winter Park, Florida.
Today, you are facing the first trial test of the rural boundary on the same day that you're voting on implementation of said rural boundary. This is not just about one rural settlement. This is about the future of Orange County. As I previously said this 9 a.m. session, I do not think that my generation wants to see Orange County continue to get paved over and built towards being concrete jungles. Unfortunately, we have a need here in this county to make sure that we are utilizing actual smart growth. So today, I'm asking for you to not set a terrible precedent for our county's smart growth plan and our development. So as we've seen in previous public comment on this section, we've seen the negative impacts on road, water quality, and of course that community feedback is overwhelmingly negative. Over 130 petitions have been sent directly to you to oppose this, and staff has recommended a no vote as well. So today I'm respectfully asking for you to agree with staff and the community residents that want to actually have that smart growth model developed here in Orange County, and not one that destroys our rural lifestyle and our rural settlements as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Cheryl Coates, 21745 Fort Christmas Road, 32709. We have two properties in Seaward Plantation behind the Lockwood Baptist Church, and we've been there for over 40 years. My brother-in-law lives across the street in the family home that they cleared land and have been there since the early 60s, and it's just beautiful out there. We say no to this shed business at Tanner Road and East Colonial. It is and has been a very dangerous intersection there with several fatalities, and I know 2 of them. This will bring much more traffic to this corner, and it is already so dangerous. We, along with 75% plus, voted for rural boundary. Let's keep it rural. This business would not be compatible with the properties in Seaward Plantation. We would lose a lot that is there, and to have a business at the entrance of the neighborhood does not seem right. The comprehensive plan policies for the future land use. Number 6, Florida Land Use 6.2.5. The permitted densities and intensities of land use within the rural settlement shall maintain their rural character. Factors to be considered shall include lot size, open space and views, tree canopy, building location, and orientation and compatibility with existing land uses, in which this business is not compatible with the existing land use. Please vote no on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
That was our last registered speaker for this item, Mayor.
Okay, if there are no other members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item, we're going to close the public hearing portion. Well, correction, I'm going to give the applicant or his representatives rebuttal time. And it looks like, how much time do they have left?
We had 7.5, and it kept going off all the way to like 6:30 something.
Yep, thank you.
All right.
There we go.
Carlos Rivero again. Just a couple of items that they touched on, and I want to be able to rebut. This is my second time coming back. So one lady kept saying she kept coming back and back. This is only my second time, and the first time we withdrew it because the commissioner said she wasn't going to support it unless I got the neighborhood on my side and I had a tenant. But the reason why I withdrew it was because she had told me that. I wish I wouldn't have, because that same year when my trim notice came out, my property taxes went up many, many times. And I appealed it. I went to the VAB board, and the VAB board went on the record, this was in 2019, saying that basically, and I'm paraphrasing because I can't remember the exact words, but it was recorded that I couldn't expect him for him to believe me and any prudent person that there would be a house on Colonial Drive. This is what your magistrate said on the record when I appealed it. And I told him, I said that it was only, although I have commercial zoning, I'm only allowed one house. But that's what they said. Also, the thing about the consistency, gentleman brought up, well, where's the consistency when you have the two commercial on the opposite corner, which actually one of them right now is in permitting for a coffee shop. How is that coffee shop servicing this this rural settlement. That baffles me. It's the one on the northwest corner that's in right now in permitting. Another issue about Johnny made a reference to the drugs. There was a bunch of homeless camps that I've had to spend thousands of dollars. I've worked with the sheriff's office for years. I've had 3 violations from code enforcement for homeless camps on my property, and one of them was actually cooking drugs. Your code enforcement took the pictures, sent them to me. I brought them to the community meeting, which I have them here if you'd like to see the pictures that your code enforcement officer took. And there has been trash being dumped on there, but I didn't mention any of those because that's just being part of a landowner that I have to deal with. But that is all true. And there's currently right now homeless camps, not on my property, but on the property just east of me, a few lots east of me. And I want to let my attorney come back in and do some other rebuttal, but that's the things that I just wanted to touch on that they had talked. And the precedent has been set already as another item I just remembered. The precedent has been set already because there's been other rural settlements in East Orange County that have already had commercial changing and even increased commercial. So I'm not setting any precedent because the way I look at it is anybody else that wants to come along, they can come along and try to make their plea. But Marcos Marcheno would like to talk.
Thank you, Carlos. Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Marcos Marcheno with the law firm Marcheno & Graham, 976 Lake Baldwin Lane, Suite 101, Orlando, Florida. I've had the privilege of representing Carlos Rivero since 1992 when he was a young guy who just graduated from UCF and was starting in business at the time, and I'm very proud of how successful he has become, and every step of the way he has done it in the most honest way that you can imagine. So all of those who see some subterfuge, some underhandedness in his simple application to try to get a reasonable use for this property simply don't know this gentleman. The first speaker, Mr. Fouth, referenced land use provisions that called for 3 areas where it said shall. What he didn't reference was that those provisions say shall be used primarily for the benefit of the property owners in the rural settlement, not exclusively, okay? And what better area to have a shed company than in a rural area where people are likely to utilize them? The argument was made several times that this property can be used for a single-family home. Let's be realistic. No reasonable individual is going to build a single-family home on State Road 50 and Tanner. State Road 50 is a 6-lane, soon-to-be 8-lane highway with the speed limit of 55 miles an hour, where people generally go significantly faster than that. Mr. Rivero has done everything he was asked to do. Why did he withdraw his application last time? Because he was told, you really need to come with a tenant. He got a tenant. He got a good tenant for this particular use property. He was then asked, you need to agree to restrict the use of the property so that the neighbors are not fearful. And yes, there is a way for him to put a deed restriction on this property that prohibits uses that are incompatible with the area. So he has done everything he's expected to do. It is not reasonable to expect the owner of this property to build a single-family house. Commissioners, you are to balance the interest between property owners and nearby property owners. And in our system, a property owner is entitled to a reasonable use of his property. If this application is completely denied, then basically you are condemning this property to sit vacant and be used as a dumping ground for years to come. I submit to you that even if you do not agree that Mr. Rivero should get C2 so that he can have his shed tenant on this property, at a minimum, you ought to do what the study said was going to happen back in 2000, which is future land use as commercial so that he can have the zoning that he currently has, which is C1. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I don't envy you having to sit through these meetings. We're happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marchena. With the rebuttal comments, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing at this time. And Commissioner Simrad, do you have a potential motion?
I do. I would like to make a motion to make a finding of inconsistency with the comprehensive plan and deny the requested commercial future land use, deny the associated ordinance, and deny the requested C2 restricted general commercial district zoning. Thank you.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Mayor, I would like to explain first that the property owner purchased the home with an inconsistency where the front end of it was zoned commercial and the back end was zoned agricultural. There's an inconsistency between the future land use map and the comprehensive land use plan. So that inconsistency existed. He also purchased it in a rural boundary. I'm sorry, in a rural settlement. The rural settlement has specific requirements of commercial properties. Staff has found that they don't meet those requirements with the proposed applicant. Additionally, now he is within the rural boundary. That's almost 75% of Orange County voters voted to establish. The adjacent property is Green Place zone. It's preservation that is there. When we talk about the 6 closest homes that support, that's the domino effect. Those owners are supporting because this establishes a domino effect for them to pursue. Additionally, he was told, and I was sitting in the seats when this first came to be, and he was asked to get community support. I mean, he's not even close to community support. And the people who are sitting here in the audience, some of their backyards back up. Some of them are just down the street. They all live within the vicinity. Many of them live on this rural settlement. So again, he bought a land property with inconsistency. He bought it in a rural settlement knowing there was additional criteria. It's now within the rural boundary. Additionally, Vision 2050, this is their Hail Mary because Vision 2050 fixes this issue so that it can't come back because it aligns then the future land use map and the comprehensive land use plan. So this inconsistency to pursue the way that he is now folds when or changes when Vision 2050 moves through. So I ask for the board's second. We have a P&Z committee that recommended denial. We have staff that has recommended denial, and we have 75% of Orange County voters that did a voter-mandated constitutional reform to amend our county constitution to establish a rural boundary. So I ask for the board's support. Thank you.
All right. Since you started talking, a couple of commissioners pressed the button. Commissioner Scott, then Commissioner Uribe.
So just for procedural purposes, she made the motion. Are we in discussion or the motion dies? Or because I'll second the motion.
Well,
discussion.
It's up to you. I'm not going to tell you what you do, but you got the floor, and you can either second the motion or you can.
Mayor, I'll second the motion, but we can go to discussion. Commissioner, just I understand your point, and I see the recommendation for staff, right? Is there any version position that the applicant can present to you in which you would grant them approval?
Absolutely. Not here on the dais right now, but absolutely we can meet and we can talk about what would meet approval. Sure.
Okay, that's my only question, Mayor.
All right, is there a motion? Well, let me go back. Commissioner Uribe and now Commissioner Moore.
Okay, so I'm trying, if you can, please give me some clarity here, because I understand staff denied it, the board denied it, you intend to deny it. He's come before us 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I'm not quite sure. 6 years ago, okay, we got it. And at the time, I don't know about the VAB because I wasn't part of the VAB when that all happened, but I'm trying to understand what is it that you would want on this property? Because I remember sitting in Vision 2050 meetings, very much your predecessor complaining about these C1 usages along the rural boundary area that were like pre what is currently going on. And so I'm trying to understand, if he owns his property, what is it that you want to see happen? And following up to Commissioner Scott, you're saying you could find some middle ground here, right? So I'm trying to understand where this is going, because it seems like it's very black and white right now. There's like no gray. And if you could help articulate to me your reasonings and all that, because I do worry about this thing called Vision 2050 and all these things and entitlements that are granted future on this property, which is a big issue that we had discussed during Vision 2050. So if you can oblige me with some more content on, I didn't get a briefing on this. I just, we just went through our regular quick staff briefing, but I didn't get any in-depth information.
Okay, thank you. And I hope that you received about 130 emails that provided.
141.
141, thank
Yeah.
you. So am I compromising? So one, I would like to say that there are residential lots all surrounding this property. It's not and it's set back off of 50. And the gentleman next to him and Dan, those are residential lots as well. So I don't believe that it's a useless property in terms of residential. Additionally, the comprehensive plan lays out very clearly what is acceptable for commercial development in rural settlements. So I'm looking for that compatibility. Right now, what he has to do is he has to come before us to ask for an exception to the rules because he doesn't have an alignment. He knew it when he bought it. I mean, it's an issue that has existed. And Superior Sheds is not compatible nor consistent to that area. It's not servicing the rural settlement. Superior Sheds, by their own market research, shows that they have a much wider reach. So we can sit down and talk about what types of businesses service rural settlements. We can incorporate the community. They're very active. 140 some have submitted requests of denial. They show up today. They've shown up for years. And he was charged with the task 6 years ago to get the community support. And those were the words of the commissioner: get community support, not just of the 6 neighbors who, live immediately right next to you. So we need to start with what does the community want? What services that rural settlement? They're saying Superior Sheds is not it. C2 is not it. C2 is more intense than C1.
Of course.
So this is not compatible or consistent with a rural settlement in the rural boundary next to preservation land.
All right, so if I can ask Mr. Rivera, we did receive, I will attest, my office received 141 emails from this community against it.
Several of them probably duplicates.
I didn't, no, they're not. Okay. Yeah, mine were all, I make sure my team does that, but I got 0 for it. I know that there was a gentleman who spoke today who is concerned about an issue that we have going on countywide.
I submitted 81 letters that you guys should have gotten. 81 letters in support.
I think our office didn't receive any pros. But what I'm digressing to is, do you feel that you can work with the commissioner to get into compliance of what she's looking at, or are you held on trying to do sheds here? Because I'm trying to give you a lifeline to see if there's some communication that can happen, because once it's denied and you've got an overwhelming community that's come out here, But do you feel that you can work with that commissioner to get somewhere and maybe get a continuance, or are you?
I tried to, and in our conversation that we had a Zoom, before I even got good morning out, you went on the Zoom and you said, look, Mr. Rivera, I'm going to let you know I'm against this. So it'd be very difficult. I did say I had 81 letters. I submitted them all to the county. Planning department had them all. And the planning the summary of the community meeting said there were 28 residents there because 2 of them were employees, staff. And they said the plurality of the meeting, the residents were against it. Well, I had 16 people that signed support letters there. So it was pretty much split 50-50.
Okay, but
yes, I said that I was willing to take C2 off and just give me my C1. I did say that in the beginning of this meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to tell you here is that clearly Commissioner Semrod has some conditions, some very strict conditions she wants to do. And she feels like this is an all or nothing. Mm-hmm. And I'm trying to ask you if there's a possibility where if we can continue this, you guys can try to find a space where we can come into compliance, because I'm not attesting for anyone's vote here, but it appears that you've got the staff, you've got the board, and you've got the commissioner all against it. So you're essentially telling us the staff was wrong, the board was wrong, and the commissioner's wrong. And it's very difficult for us who aren't in that district to sit here and justify going against her. But I would like to say maybe she is against that, but is she willing to comply with you in some manner? And that's all I'm trying to get out of you right now. I'm not trying to go who's against or not. I will ask Jason if those were received in support. I will tell you my office, and I confirm my staff, we didn't get any letter support. You might have sent them to the planning division.
We did, and we were assured they were going to be sent on. Commissioner, thank you very much for raising that.
I just need to say something very quickly, because these are rural settlement policies. They're not my policies. These are rural settlement policies that warrant the strict conditions. It's not my policies. So in terms of compromise on the existing conditions that are within the rural settlement, I'm not willing to compromise on those policies for the people of East Orange County.
And that's the problem that we've been facing, because within these policies, as I stated earlier, there is a range. You certainly have the authority within these policies to be able to grant a land use that is consistent with the current zoning. Even a study that we referenced allowed for that. So the answer to your question is, we have been and would be willing to work with the commissioner, but with respect to this issue, the commissioner has not indicated a desire to work with Mr. Rivero. Additionally, Commissioner Uribe, we're concerned that a delay would bring in 2050, which staff has been given direction to make this property a residential designation. And if that happens, then basically we're back to where he has an unusable piece of property that's going to serve as a dumping ground. So you're asking our willingness. The willingness is there. We're concerned about where we are in the process, number one, and the ability of the commissioner coming off her very clear position of no, that's what the neighbors want, even though there are 81 neighbors who have indicated a desire for this change to occur.
Okay, and then if I could ask Jason, we didn't receive any letters of support, and can you comment on that? Because, and then were these neighbors in the surrounding area? I mean, could we get some sort of information on that?
So the information that was provided by the applicant in regard to who was in support of the request, I believe it was a petition that was signed, that was submitted by the applicant, that was put on record at the Planning and Zoning Commission, that was also emailed to staff. So if I'm incorrect about that, please correct me, but it was a petition of people that were in support of it.
It was 65 letters and a petition of 16. So it was 65 individual letters and 16 from the night of the community meeting. So for a total of 81.
Do you have them here?
I have them. And I submitted, these are the originals, I submitted the copies to P&Z. I gave it to the young lady, Terry, that was here. But I have.
All right, we don't want to spend too much time on that. We kind of, we hear you.
And 4 of the 5 closest houses were all in support of this, and one of them spoke.
Okay.
And I just would like to clarify something with regard to Vision 2050. So first, it wasn't me who directed staff to fix this error. Staff made this alignment themselves or under Commissioner Bonilla. But if we're going to start removing pieces of what the District 5 office has worked to establish in Vision 2050, then we start unpacking a much larger suitcase. So, I mean, this is something that the people came out for. They talked about at community meetings. They participated in the Vision 20 surveys. They shared their feedback. This was one of the, that they're looking for consistency to preserve the rural boundaries. So if we start backpacking on, policies that are within rural settlements that warrant and predict what is acceptable commercial, then we start talking about the lack of support for Vision 2050 moving forward.
Okay, we have 2 other commissioners that have questions, Commissioner Moore and Commissioner Scott. It's time back in. Commissioner Moore.
It'll be very quick. It's a question for Mr. Marchena. And some of the school board folks are here today. I remember you very well back in about, what was that, 2014, 16 when?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So when I see you, I'm assuming that you think there's the possibility for this to be considered a taking and a Burt Harris Act, because I'm assuming that's why I'm seeing you here today, because I know you that well.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain that, please?
Well,
without giving up your case, I don't want to get you in trouble.
Basically, you render a property completely unusable. There is a reasonable basis for the actions that are taken, right? The property is zoned commercial. It has been zoned commercial for a lot of years. We have a study that indicates that a few properties in the rural settlement would be given the commercial designation. There are 2 others that were given the commercial designation. This is the only one that's completely commercial that was not. So when you put all of those items together, that's where it leads to basically a property is being rendered completely unusable by the action of the government. And at that point, we need to take a look at the possibility of a taking.
He bought the land with an inconsistency between the map and the zoning,
It's my turn.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. It's just, it's
I know,
a misrepresentation
but
of the information.
It's my turn to talk, so. But anyway, all right, well, I don't see a court reporter, but, that's not your style.
Well, it's being recorded, and I'm good with that.
All right. Mayor, that's all I had.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Jason, question. So they provided the petition or whatever in favor to staff, and then staff presented it to P&Z. Am I understanding that correctly?
So it was presented directly from the applicant to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay, so you all have briefings with each of us. Why wouldn't you communicate sometimes very specifically whether people show up at community meetings? Is there a reason why that wasn't communicated to us?
That's a mistake on our end. We create these briefing sheets, and the information that was put on the briefing sheets is what was presented to you all in the briefings, and that piece was left out.
So thank you for taking responsibility, and if going forward in our briefings, if you could, so we're not kind of off guarded by that. The applicant approach.
Yes, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Uribe, she asked you about, the likelihood of you trying to engage the commissioner's office. Can you recount
the lack of trying?
No. I know that you tried. You said something about you had a meeting. She said you wasn't for it. Can you run that back, please?
I had a meeting actually set up with Commissioner Bonilla right before the pause came into effect, and we had actually had a community meeting set up, and it was set up one night at 10:30 at night. I got the email. The next morning, 8 in the morning, she canceled it because then the pause had took effect. And then at that point, I couldn't do anything. The pause had that pause had a pause, and it opened up the door to allow us to come back in and submit an application, which I did. I was the very first one, I believe, staff can verify or not, to submit that application. I had a meeting with Commissioner Simrad's office when she had just come into office, and it was a virtual meeting, and she had told me at that point, that morning, that she was not in support of the project. I still tried to talk to her about it, tried to talk her into it, but, you know, she stood firm on her position, and she her right, but I just don't think I was heard. And one thing that I think might be a misunderstanding, this property does not have dual zone like you had just mentioned, Commissioner. This property is 100% zone commercial. This property has no agricultural, this property is all commercial.
It's an inconsistency between the comp plan and
Commissioner,
flume.
if you don't mind, just a moment, please. But give me an opportunity to engage him.
Yeah, because you mentioned that the property had two zonings, two uses. This property, the corner, the other property next door, it has commercial in the front, agriculture. I dropped that from the application. Same way as I'm willing to drop the C2 request, as long as I'm given my C1, and then from there I can then start working towards getting a tenant. So I think I've made every concession. I've even been willing to limit, deed restrict, no gas sales. That is a huge concession on the landowners for a corner piece of property.
Let me ask you, you said you had a virtual meeting with Commissioner Simrad.
Correct.
And so
February
of this year, you log in, and it's just her and her staff? Or
her staff.
Okay. So
Jared, Wes, and her.
All right. And then I'm assuming the first 3 to 5 minutes, she said that she wasn't for it?
No, within the first 2 seconds.
Okay.
It's recorded, Commissioner. I mean, because I remember that your staff telling me that if they could record it, you have AI recording, so it'd be easy to pull out. It was when you came into the room and you sat down, before I even could say good morning, you told me, look, Mr. Rivera, I want to let you know I'm against this project.
That is completely inaccurate, Carlos.
Okay, well, it's recorded.
We had a very friendly meeting. It was nothing
I didn't say
like
it wasn't friendly. I just said that that's what the statement you made, the very first words that came out of your mouth. But it's recorded.
All right, come on, let's go. Let's keep moving.
So I'm just gonna my position on this, and not saying he's any more right or wrong, Commissioner. We've had this conversation in our sunshine meetings. We represent people, specifically the districts in our area, right? But when it comes to this dais and the decisions that we make, we represent all of Orange County. And I judge at least my movements based on how do I represent the people who did not vote for me, whose issues I am completely against, right? It is a level of customer service. It is a level of respect. He made a statement, regardless of whether it's true or not, that he did not feel heard. And regardless of whether he lives in the district or not, whether even he is someone who is trying to do business in Orange County, and by nature of his goal to do that, we represent him. You represent him. And so I'm not going to litigate whether or not you gave him an opportunity. I'm not going to litigate whether or not you're frustrated, but you have to at least be neutral, even if you're not for the issue, so that whether someone is on one side of the issue or another, they can at least say, I felt heard by this commissioner. I felt that this commissioner was valid in hearing my concerns, that they were fair and just in how they adjudicated an issue in any given point. Because, again, whether we vote in the way you want, they have the option to bring legal action, which spends public dollars, and it's a lot. And so for me, it is your district, right? But I'm just saying, we represent people, especially the people who we may not agree with, who do things that we don't agree with. I think that is the litmus test for an elected official. How do you represent the people you don't like, who don't vote for you, who won't support you, different parties or whatever? And so I just want to say that for the record going forward, because for him to say that he did not feel heard, regardless of the logistics of the conversation, that does bother me. That he said he did not feel heard. He said it just like, I'm like, wow, he didn't feel heard. Regardless of your position, he should walk away from that meeting having felt heard. And so then that brings my reservations. That's all I have, Mayor.
Mayor, may I respond, please?
Let's try to we still got a full afternoon.
I understand,
okay?
but could I just respond, please? Just to clarify, because the applicant and we had a meeting, and when I said I can't support this project, he can come back, Commissioner. You know, and when there's policies that the rural settlements have within today's comprehensive plan and Vision 2050 as well, and staff, as well as our appointed members of a board, make a recommendation that it's not compatible or consistent with those policies, this isn't a lack of just my support. There's a lack of community support. Staff has made a recommendation. There's comprehensive land use plans. Staff has made a recommendation. The board of our appointees has made a recommendation. We have the rural boundary that was established, and this is the first test of the rural boundary. And I'm not prepared to fail the people in that way.
Okay, let's get out.
If you don't mind, I'll be quick. My issue is this: it's tone and tenor. In this meeting right here, you've overtalking this gentleman, you've overtalking Commissioner Moore and me and Commissioner Uribe. And so it's not what you do; it's how you do it. Your approach. We're all going to land the plane, whether you go on a certain trajectory based on the situation. And so I don't know anybody's opinion, but I'm just saying, Commissioner, work on your approach and how you advocate for your people.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. All right, we're at the point. I gotta cut this off because I think we're getting into. Commissioner Simrad made a motion, okay, and you seconded the motion for discussion. We've had full discussion. Commissioner Uribe, if you have a quick legal question, ask the question.
I just have a question because when I keep looking at that map and it says he currently has a C1 usage, and we're saying with Vision 2050, he is going to be rendering that property no longer with that entitlement. Can you guys give us a little clarity on that?
I can provide a little bit of clarification here, and I'll look to Jason just to make sure I'm not characterizing anything. So as you can see on this map here, this is the existing zoning map. As we've discussed, zoning been around since the zoning code was adopted in the 50s. The stretch of properties along Colonial, you'll all see have that C1 zoning district. When the county adopted the comprehensive plan in 1991, going back to, there we go, future land use map, you will notice that the county did not, that's proposed future land use map. There we go. Existing future land use map. County did not give all those properties with existing commercial zoning future land use that matched. They gave it rural or rural settlement 1-to-1 future land use. Per the county's regulations, in order to be able to develop anything in the property, it either has to be a previously existing use that you can continue on, or you need consistent land use and zoning. In this case, what the county did when they adopted the future land use map in 91 is they created an inconsistency, meaning that there are limited things you can do with inconsistent land use and zoning. Typically in this scenario, we have probably one single family home, which I think the applicant mentioned they could build on the property today, but that's about it. They would not be able to move forward with commercial to enact their commercial zoning because they don't have the consistent land use. They would either have to change the land use to match the zoning, going back to a rural residential zoning district to match that rural settlement 1-to-1 land use, or change the land use to match the zoning, which would be rural settlement commercial. You will see here that it is all C1 uses, retail commercial uses. I think as we discussed in the past, retail commercial uses are something that are permitted to an extent within rural settlements. Comp plan does have language speaking to neighborhood serving, kind of like commercial uses, but the applicant's proposing not only to change the land use to C2, but also to change the zoning. Now, the question was what happens under the proposed new land use and zoning designations. One thing that we've been very clear about is the county is removing all of those inconsistencies throughout. And since this property had rural settlement 1-to-1 future land use, that is what the Vision 2050 land use map is going with. So it is resolving the inconsistency in the direction of residential land use and zoning.
Okay, and so he's entitled to C1 right now?
He is not entitled to C1
He is
right
not
now.
entitled to anything.
The only thing they could do on the property right now is probably one single-family home. That'd be about it. Without consistent land use and zoning, they could not realize the commercial entitlements or commercial uses on the property.
All right, is there a motion? All right. All right. What your motion is? Her motion was to deny.
To support staff's recommendation.
All right. And Commissioner Scott, you were the seconder. All right, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Okay. I only heard one no. So motion passes. All right.
Thank you.
Mayor Demings?
I'm gonna vote in favor of the motion.
Who was the no vote? Okay.
All right. All right. Let's move forward. We're going to H14. We're going to open the public hearing on this item. Jason, we're going to try to get through this one. All right.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and again, good afternoon, Commissioners, or good evening. This next item is also a two-part request. The first part of the request is to change the future land use from low-medium density residential to medium density residential. Low-medium density residential allows consideration of up to 10 units per acre. Medium density residential allows consideration up to 20 units per acre. The request also includes a rezoning from R1A to R2. This property is located in District 5, and the proposed use is up to 12 single-family attached residential dwelling units, otherwise known as townhomes. This is a zoomed-out aerial of the subject property, showing it approximately a quarter mile or half mile north of East Colonial Drive on the west side of North Dean Road. And zooming in a little bit more on the subject property, we can see the outline of the property, and it's just south of a church. And the existing future land use, low medium density residential. Proposal is medium density residential, zoning R1A, proposed zoning R2. 95 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 500 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have not received any responses in favor or in opposition to the request. A community meeting was held on March 5th with 6 residents in attendance with concerns for drainage and flooding. At the Planning and Zoning Commission local planning agency hearing, there was one speaker during public comment who was in opposition to the request. The Planning and Zoning Commission local planning agency is recommending that the board make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and adopt the requested medium density residential future land use, approve the associated ordinance, and approve the requested R2 zoning. And staff is available for any questions.
All right, is the applicant on this item present? All right, been a long time coming, but thank you for your patience.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioner. Cici Sanchez, 2840 Nobel Crowd 34744. We are agree with staff recommendation, and I'm here to answer any question you may have.
All right, if you don't mind, let's just stand by. We'll go to, are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have one speaker for this item, Mayor, Deborah Leatherland.
All right, please come forward. Remember your name and your address if you don't
Good
mind.
afternoon, Commissioners and Mayor. My name is Deborah Leatherland. I live at 2139 Westfall Drive, Orlando 32817. I was here 2 weeks ago when we discussed the adjacent townhomes that are proposed to butt up against this one. And we have a continuance because the developer did not show. So there's a meeting on the 20th to discuss that one again. This piece of property, they have 12 units that they have planned for townhomes with a retention pond in the middle. As I was on my way here this morning, I watched them mow the retention pond that's in my neighborhood because it hasn't had a drop of water in it in years. With the new 100-year floodplain and the proposed growth that we have for Orange County, building new structures adjacent to older neighborhoods like mine is creating the vulnerability for flooding, damage to the properties as a result of the elevation requirements and the increasing severe storms. All of this is going to increase property taxes and homeowners insurance for people, which are already exponentially increasing. We have inadequate drainage overbuilding and the using of the Little Econ River to divert the stormwater has proven to be not effective because we still have displaced people from East Orange County after the 2021 hurricanes that we had with Ian and Nicole. I would ask that there be some modification or postponing development until we have the infrastructure and the drainage situation under control.
All right. If that's it, thank you for your comments.
I'll see you in 2 weeks.
All right. Do we have any other members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no other speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. If we don't have any, then I'll go back to the applicant if you want to address some of the issues that she brought up.
Yes, we, in the community meeting, we showed that we are going to build a retention pond, that we are going to help to avoid flooding. And by code, we must keep the water, the storm water, inside the property. So there's any way that build the 12 townhomes is going to make worse the neighbor's situation. Instant is going to help to no flooding in the zone. So there's no way that we are going to, there's no way that it's going to worsen the situation. Instead, around the property, south and west, you already approved the planned development for 46 townhomes. That is going to be next to the property that we are going to build 12 townhomes.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. And then I'm going to this time, and we'll go to the district commissioner. We'll try this again. Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to ask staff about what the lady referenced with right with what we're doing in that area in terms of the compatibility and consistency of growth and development.
So, Commissioner, on this overhead, you'll see it's a little blurry, but traditional neighborhood will be the future land use, which is allows up to 30 units per acre. And the zoning or transect would be T4.1, which would allow townhomes.
Okay. So, and is this area, is it reporting flooding and storms or anything? I wasn't aware of this area being a hot spot for it.
On that regard, I tried to find a map that would best tell the story. You can kind of see it on the aerial based on the, the types of trees and the what areas are wet. This is the soil map that also tells the story. The red would be those areas that are more wet. Then the green, which is the subject property where it's more dry. So this kind of tells the story where those residents, for some reason, their homes were built in an area that had poor soils. So that could be the source of some of the complaints.
And then, so by building the townhomes right here, do you think that will help alleviate some of that moisture that's there with the storm management that will be put in place?
Maybe it's a question for Susan, but my understanding is that they have to deal with the water that they're offsetting with the impervious for their site.
Right. I'm looking at the map right now. The parcel in question is not in the floodplain, and there's no wetland impacts. The property south of there is the Dean Road Townhomes. That's where the challenge is. That's what the challenge is for that specific location. So like Jason said, when they do the design for this specific property, they will have to take into account the stormwater management system for that specific site.
Understood. So this is not related to that. This property is unlike that in the red.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I wanted to make sure that I understood. So for this project, I'm going to make a motion if there's nobody on the board who would like to speak. Okay. I would like to move to support staff's recommendation.
Second woman.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. Commissioner Scott was absent for that vote. We'll move to the next item on our agenda. This is item H15. And it's my understanding there was a continuance on this item. Look into this item moving to May the 20th. That's my understanding. But we'll open the item up at this time. Mr. Jim Resta, our chief planner from the planning division, is going to frame this item. Is it recognized?
Just wait. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, commissioners. Here we go. Okay, the next amendment for you, small scale amendment 2502074. The applicant is Rebecca Wilson. And the request.
Wrong hearing, Jim.
Oh.
I know you want to send us home, but not that quickly.
Oh, sorry. We're looking to continue H15. That would be the small scale amendment 2502072. Continuing that to May 20th.
Oh, okay.
That was item H15.
Okay. We're continuing this one to May 20th. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
H15.
Yes,
All right.
that's.
Was the applicant present on that item?
Oh.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. McGregor Love, 215 North Eola Drive. We have been working to coordinate a meeting with the residents who spoke at the Planning Commission with concerns and those who wrote in, nearby residents. We'd like to hold an in-person meeting to address those concerns. We've also aware of some concerns that the county's Parks Department relayed at the Planning Commission meeting, so we're working to arrange a meeting with them as well. And rather than sort of fit it in before this meeting, we decided we wanted to do a continuance to the 20th.
Was that going to give you enough time?
That will give us enough time. We will be able to address and get everything scheduled. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item? Again, we're talking about H15.
Yeah, we have no speakers for item H15, Mayor.
All right, we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Moore, for a potential motion.
Yes, I'd like to move for a continuous, and I'm sorry I didn't catch the date.
May 20th.
May 20th.
Second, Gomez.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. We'll move now to I-16. We'll open the public hearing on this item. And Mr. Resta, you're going to frame this item, right? We're on the right one now, right?
Yes, thank you again, Mayor. Okay, item I-16, again, the applicant is Rebecca Wilson. The request is a future land use map amendment to go from office to high-density residential student housing located at 11486 Corporate Boulevard, generally located south of Corporate Boulevard, west of Quadrangle Boulevard, and east of Rouse Road, approximately 6.37 gross net developable acres. The proposal is a student housing community with 640 to 1,000 bedrooms, related amenities, and a parking garage. This requested amendment is adopted. The bedroom count will be established during the subsequent change determination review stage of the project. This is the location in District 5. An aerial view of the site, and existing future land use, proposed future land use of HDR student housing, and the current zoning. Sorry, 1 second. Let me go back to that aerial view. So this is the 6.37 acre east portion of Track 12 of the Quadrangle PD. Property is currently developed as University Corporate Center 2, 105,300 square foot, 3-story office building with associated ground level parking. Per the applicant, only a third of the first floor is presently leased and the second and third floors are vacant. Upon the expiration of the current tenant's leases, the prospective developer proposes to demolish the office building and parking lot and redevelop the property for a 640 to 1,000 bedroom student housing community with related amenities and a parking garage. Sorry, again, the existing future land use of office, proposed future land use of high-density residential student housing. the current zoning and the zoning classification of the property is PD. That is the quadrangle PD DRI. If this requested amendment is adopted, a change determination request application would be required to amend the quadrangle PD land use plan. That change determination would also cover the conversion of the property's office entitlements to student housing. They would also need a concurrent amendment to the development order for the quadrangle DRI. This is a map of the existing quadrangle PD and some of the student housing that's currently there. The subject property is highlighted in purple near the center of the map. The subject property has direct connectivity to Quadrangle Boulevard and Corporate Boulevard, which provide convenient pedestrian and bicycle access to the UCF campus, UCF shuttle service, and commercial uses, including shopping, dining, healthcare, and personal services. Approval of this project would provide an additional housing opportunity for UCF students and would also help address the university student housing needs, as much of the campus's undeveloped acreage is comprised of conservation lands, including wetlands, conservation easements, surface water, and upland preserve, that limit the amount of land available for the construction of on-campus housing. Approval would allow for the repurposing of an underutilized property within the urban service area, and if approved, the student housing community would be served by transportation and utility infrastructure that is either planned or already in place. Community meeting was held on March 6th with 9 residents in attendance. The concerns were generally about the amount of student housing that was already developed or approved within the Quadrangle PD, traffic and congestion, noise, and potential incompatibility with nearby single-family residential neighborhoods. The recommended action is that you adopt the small-scale future land use map amendment and approve the ordinance. And that concludes staff's presentation. I'm available for any questions.
All right, as the applicant on this item, present, Ms. Wilson, that would be you, I believe.
Mayor Rebecca Wilson, 215 North Eola Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. I apologize for disrupting the meeting. I just didn't want to be continued accidentally. I agree with the staff report, and I am here to answer any questions that you all may have.
All right, then are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. Commissioner Simrad, do you have a potential motion?
Thank you. Yes, and I just wanted to say thank you to the applicant for adding, the mass transit connection through UCF, as well as this 24-hour security. So thank you. And I mentioned to staff that just with this area, we're really trying to look for the mixed-use housing, so commercial on the bottom, residential on the top, because it's starting to look a lot like a dormitory-style community. And what we're starting to begin to hear from the rumble of the community is that they don't like how that feels and how that looks, as though they're living amongst dorms. So we really want to try to move towards, that mixed established use, which they were all in buy for. So I'm hoping that we'll see some projects. But for this one in particular, I would like to make a motion to adopt and approve.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second. The seconder is Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. We'll move to the next item, J17. We'll open this item up for public hearing. Mr. Rester, I understand you're going to be framing this item as well.
Yes, thank you again, Mayor. All right, staying in the Quadrangle PD, this is small-scale future land use map amendment 24-12-054. Again, the applicant is Rebecca Wilson. Future land use map request is to go from office to high-density residential student housing. This is located at 3775 Quadrangle Boulevard, generally located east of Quadrangle Boulevard, south of Corporate Boulevard, west of Lake Ebby, and north of High Tech Avenue. It's 8.56 gross acres, 7.33 net developable, and the proposed use is a student housing community with up to 763 bedrooms, related amenities, and parking garage. This is the location in District 5. This is an aerial view of the property, Tract 18A of the Quadrangle PD. This 2024 aerial photo shows a vacant site. However, a 275-unit conventional multifamily complex with an associated parking garage is currently under construction at the site. The developer intends to complete construction in accordance with the currently approved development plan. What the developer is now proposing is that once completed, it would be used solely for student housing. The developer intends to convert entitlements for 275 multifamily units and 25,082 square feet of office space that would be obtained from the PD's bucket of remaining entitlements to 763 student housing beds. This is the existing future land use of office, proposed future land use of high-density residential student housing. This is the current zoning, PD quadrangle. Change determination request. This is case CDR 2412-288 to establish the requested development program and development standards for Tract 18A is currently undergoing DRC review. The office designated Tract 18B, which is the open space stormwater retention tract to the south, is also included in the CDR application, but does not require a future land use change. Additionally, a requested amendment to the development order for the quadrangle DRI, case DO 2504-075, is presently under review. The board will consider two applications concurrently once DRC review is completed. Again, this is an overview of the quadrangle PD, and this case is the proposed Vibe student housing shown in purple as SS 24-12-054. Again, the subject property has direct connectivity to Quadrangle Boulevard and Corporate Boulevard, which provide convenient pedestrian and bicycle access to the UCF campus. The UCF shuttle service and commercial uses. Approval of this project would provide an additional housing opportunity for UCF students. It would also help address the university students' housing needs. If approved, the student housing community will be served by transportation and utility infrastructure that is either planned or already in place. A joint community meeting was held on March 6th with 9 residents in attendance, those concerns being the amount of student housing already developed or approved within the Quadrangle PD, traffic and congestion, noise, and potential incompatibility with nearby single-family residential neighborhoods. The recommended action, is to adopt the small-scale amendment 2412-054 and to approve the ordinance. And that concludes staff's presentation. Thank you. Staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
All right, on this item, this was moved forward as an administrative item. However, we'll open it up for public comment.
Rebecca Wilson here on behalf of the applicant, and we are at 215 North Yellow Drive, and we're in favor of the staff's recommendation.
Okay. All right. Do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing on this item, and we'll go to Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Attorney Wilson, for the plan that we have, so I recently learned this information, so I'm coming a little late, but I learned that the county doesn't plant trees along the sidewalks any longer, and so we only do it in the medians. And in that area, because we're trying to promote walkability, bikeability, multimodal transportation and such, that's a very heavily wooded area. Can we look at conserving some of that so that we can keep shade there to encourage that style of transportation?
So this one is unique, and we got into it a little bit. It already has a development plan that has been approved, and I pulled that development plan, and it does include new canopy trees and understory trees on both of the road right-of-ways that will accomplish what you're asking for. And I think you mentioned it on a previous one too, that will give shade on the trail and the sidewalks there. So we're planting new trees.
The new ones, but they'll come in so much smaller that it takes years and years to establish that canopy. Can we, preserve some of the existing ones that already have an established canopy to help provide the shade?
I don't have our tree survey. This particular site is under construction now. Everything to the south that is related to that stormwater pond is remaining very nicely treed. I apologize, but I couldn't tell you today which trees we were able to save on that development.
And
plan.
it's okay because this
But I hear
information's-
what you're saying, and in the future,
Yeah, this
I will be
information's
prepared with
coming
those answers.
late, so I'm not going to hold you up because of that. But again, in the area, you hear again from the community meeting, the rumble that they're starting to get tired of living in a dormitory-style feel community. And I just want to really remember that there is an established community that lives there, and to really try to aim towards what we were trying to accomplish with the mixed use, and to provide that community of walkability, livability, workability, et cetera. So I'd like to make a motion to approve staff.
Okay.
I just had a question for Ms. Wilson. Although normally I know that the code of the county is to put in these little trees, and I think all of us, as we're getting these planted everywhere, are always concerned. Is there any way that you feel comfortable allowing for a little bit more mature of a tree to go in its place, as opposed to the minimal requirement that the county's makes?
So going off of my memory, looking at the DP after we talked about this, I believe it was a 12-inch caliper tree. I've got my client making a face. No? I apologize. We just have an approved DP at whatever it was. We're under construction. This was approved as multifamily, and we're just switching the interior use. So whatever that DP is, it has to come back to you all, and I'll have those answers then, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, Commissioner Simrat.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt and approve, making a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan.
The seconder is Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we're going to move to K18. We're going to open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Rester, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, moving on to our second regular cycle amendments of 2024. We had transmittal public hearings for LPA January 16th. These items came before you on February 11th. They were transmitted to the state in March. Comments were received late March. And for the adoption public hearings, this item went to LPA on March 20th. This was originally scheduled for April 22nd and was continued to today. The first of them is 2024-2-B-CP-1. This is a staff-initiated text-to-map amendment to the future land use element, future land use map series to establish the Kilgore Road rural residential enclave. The request proposes to designate a portion of the Kilgore Road neighborhood within the urban service area as an additional rural residential enclave and amend the rural residential enclave policies of the comprehensive plan. Text-to-map amendments would create the Kilgore Road rural residential enclave and add map 25F to the future land use map series. It's approximately 113.06 acres and located in District 1. This is the location of the proposed enclave. An aerial view of the proposed enclave. The dashed red line is denoting the urban service area boundary. The future land use map, the current zoning map, and the proposed map 25F of the future land use map series. Okay, this amendment establishes Kilgore Road rural residential enclave and creates adds a sixth enclave to the table. It establishes a minimum net developable land area requirement of 2 acres in this enclave and designates Kilgore Road as a rural residential corridor. It also creates map 25F of the future land use map series. And finally, this amendment adds Kilgore Road to the correlation table. These items update the text of the future land use and zoning correlation table pertaining to rural residential enclaves for consistency. And staff recommendation is to adopt this amendment. LPA recommendation is also to adopt.
All right. With that, do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing portion. This is in Commissioner Wilson's district. She's not here, but I'm going to move approval on this item. We have a second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. We'll move to the next item. This is K19. We will open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Rester, I understand you're going to be framing this item as well.
Yes, thank you again, Mayor. The next item is 2024-2-B-CP-2 Lake Pickett Study Area Text and Map Amendments. This amendment proposes to change the currently adopted Map 22 of the Future Land Use Map Series. Lake Pickett Study Area and Communities removes all properties with a rural agricultural future land use map designation and makes corresponding changes to the related Lake Pickett objectives and policies of the comprehensive plan, including the deletion of references to 2 Lake Pickett communities. This is approximately 2,605 acres on the current map 22, reduced to 1,188 acres on proposed map 22, and this is located in District 5. This is the location of the current Lake Pickett study area is outlined in yellow, and the proposed Lake Pickett study area is outlined in green. This is an aerial view. And shaded in green here is the area proposed to be removed from the Lake Pickett study area. And then a map, the proposed map 22 showing the proposed Lake Pickett study area. Okay, objective 6.8 changes the description of the area to the area north of East Colonial Drive, south of Lake Pickett Road, east of South Tanner Road, and west of Chiliota Road, excluding lands within rural settlements as applicable, which is depicted on map 22. It amends the following policies to remove references to 2 Lake Pickett communities and replaces them with the Lake Pickett community. It amends policies to clarify the transition treatments required along Lake Pickett and South Tanner Roads and deletes the buffer requirements north of Lake Pickett Road. And again, we remove references to multiple communities and replace it with the singular. 6.9.1 and 6.9.2 are amended to remove references to multiple communities and multiple school sites, and finally replacing overlay with study area. The staff recommendation is to adopt this amendment. LPA recommendation is to adopt this amendment. And that concludes the staff presentation.
All right. Do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We do, Mayor. We have 3 speakers for this item.
All right.
All right, folks, going to call your names. We do. Please line up in order. Approach the podium one by one. First speaker is going to be Liz Connor, followed by Brent Spain and Tina Demosthenes.
Is Ms. Connor present?
Ms. Damaso left a comment on her card. She had to walk out and come back. She's going to, but that's not Tina.
Can I approach?
Yes.
So sorry. It's been a long day, and we're still doing it. Thank you for your time. Liz Connor, 2744 South Tanner Road. I will be brief. I would love you to continue to support this. This means a lot. Reducing this area is a good thing. So please do that. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in a little bit for the rural boundary.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, fellow commissioners. For the record, Brent Spain, Theriac and Spain, 1809 Edgewater Drive. Here this evening on behalf of Lake Pickett North LLC, and our client respectfully requests that the board decline to adopt this proposed plan amendment on the following 3 grounds. 1, in October of 2024, this board adopted ordinance 24-30, thereby imposing a moratorium on plan amendments. Section 2A of that ordinance, entitled Purpose and Intent, unambiguously states that the purpose of this ordinance is to enact an ordinance that will suspend all comprehensive plan amendments in text amendments. There's no exception for county-initiated or staff-initiated plan amendments. So on that basis, we would submit that the board lacks authority to adopt this plan amendment this evening. Secondly, as under Florida statutes, all plan amendments must be supported by appropriate data and analysis. The proposed plan amendment is supported by no relevant data and analysis. In fact, it was spawned by a commissioner's report by Commissioner Bonilla back in April, and her commissioner report had no data analysis attached, nor does the staff report. Ironically, when this study area was originally approved in 2016, the petitioners, including Commissioner Bonilla, challenged this board's approval of the study area on the basis that it wasn't supported by data analysis, and the administrative law judge rejected that, including on infrastructure and services, water, sewer, roads, and the ecosystem. And then third and lastly, the proposed plan amendment essentially seeks to downplan our client's property by removing it from the Lake Pickett study area and the benefits and entitlements under those provisions. And by doing so, the county unnecessarily exposes itself to Bert Harris claims, not only by my client, but by other private property owners in the area. So we would respectfully ask that the board refrain from adopting the proposed plan amendment for those three reasons. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Spain. Other speakers?
I believe the only other speaker was not able to make it. However, I'm under the impression that she left a card. We'll have it into the record.
Can we have it read into the record, though?
We can. What's her name? Or his name?
Tina Demosthenes.
Okay. All right. That's good. And how long is this, whatever she was leaving?
I do not currently have the card.
Okay. All right, we're going to move forward. All right. Okay. Do we have any other speakers at this point?
There are no other registered speakers to the side of
No other speakers. Then we'll close the public hearing portion of the meeting at this time. Commissioner Simrad for a potential motion.
Thank you, Mayor. So this area, the Lake Pickett study area, if you guys remember, it was a study area where the area was considered for potential density increases within the rural service area and now the rural boundary area. And I know that you have seen that. I mean, we fill the chambers when we come to advocate for protecting the rural land east of the Econ. And I just want to emphasize that Lake Pickett study area was based on studies that had specific variables that were used, that the area has changed. And at some point in time, we can't just keep all of the lands in to the original Lake Pickett study area when nothing has been approved. We also have now a new Vision 2050 that's coming forward that looks at that. The output from the community is different. We have the rural boundary that's been established. And furthermore, this doesn't prevent any property owner from coming forward and doing an application and going through the process. It simply means that the study area is being trimmed to include those that have gone through already, and that we're going to consider the other landowners as they apply for projects that they may want to do on their land. So it's not restricting or taking away. Everybody still has the opportunity to go through the process, is what I have understood. Is that correct?
Okay, why don't I go to the county attorney's office to respond to some of the legal issues that Mr. Spain brought up, to see if there were any valid concerns from the county attorney's perspective. And just for the board edification, I'm going to go through this item and the following one, and then we're going to take a break before we go to the 21, 22, 23, and 24. All right.
The answer I'll give is, as the board is aware, the decision related to the Sustaining application is currently in active litigation. Similarly, there is active litigation regarding the adoption of the rural boundary amendment. So it's difficult for me to opine in this forum on the merits of Mr. Spain's claims. However, I will assure you the County Attorney's Office would zealously advocate to defend the decisions made by this board.
So, given the complexities of the litigation, should we perhaps continue this before we vote?
The County Attorney's Office has not recommended any change in course from your consideration today.
Okay. All right. That's like clear as mud, but okay. All right. So, Mr. Rester, were you going to say something earlier? Oh, okay. All right. So, Commissioner Simrad, we'll go back to you. You were asking perhaps some questions.
I'm prepared to make a motion, but other people would like to speak.
Okay. Commissioner Uribe. No. Some leftover. All right. Go ahead if you have a potential motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to adopt staff's recommendation, LPA's recommendation with requested actions of making a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan, determine that the proposed amendment is in compliance, and adopt amendment 2024-2-B-CP-2. Thank you.
Okay. I think I heard the seconder was Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. We'll go to item K20. This will be the last item before we take maybe, since we've been going at it for over 4 hours now without a break, perhaps we'll take a 15-minute break before we get into the next item. But we'll go through this one. Mr. Rester, we'll open the public hearing on K20.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Amendment 2024-2-B-CP-3, the proposed rural boundary and rural area. Proposed amendment formally establishes a rural area and rural boundary for a portion of the county's rural service area. The amendment creates Map 5B of the future land use map series, rural boundary and rural area. Objective FLU 6.1, proposed policy FLU 6.1.1.1, and existing policy FLU 8.8.1. Covering approximately 345,509 acres. This says District 5. It's countywide. The proposed location of the rural boundary and rural area. This is Map 5B, showing the rural boundary and rural area. Future land use element objective FLU 6.1 introduces the charter designated rural area. It is proposed to be amended as follows. Objective FLU 6.1 rural service area. The county shall designate that portion of the county outside the urban service area as the rural service area, which includes the charter designated rural area as delineated by Map 5B of the future land use map series, rural boundary and rural area. The intended rural character and assets of the rural service area shall be promoted through the following policies. New future land use element policy, FLU 6.1.1.1, that defines the rural area and introduces Map 5B, along with a majority plus one vote of the board, is proposed as follows. FLU 6.1.1.1, Map 5B of the future land use map series, rural boundary and rural area, is hereby adopted to delineate a portion of the rural service area as the charter designated rural area. Rural area is delineated by Map 5B, encompasses approximately 345,000 acres and includes unincorporated lands located outside the county's urban service area, municipal joint planning areas, growth centers, the Innovation Way overlay, Horizon West Villages, and the Boggy Creek expansion area. Comprehensive plan amendments increasing density or intensity or removing the property from the rural area shall require a majority plus one vote of the entire membership of the Orange County Board of County Commissioners. Future land use element policy FLU 8.8.1 is proposed to be amended to add a new subsection D addressing the requirement for a majority plus one vote of the board as follows. Adding a new subsection D. As provided by the Orange County Charter, Section 506, comprehensive plan amendments increasing the density or intensity of use within the charter designated rural area as delineated by map 5B of the future land use map series, rural boundary and rural area, and ordinances removing the property from the charter designated rural area shall require a majority plus one vote of the entire membership of the Orange County Board of County Commissioners. Staff recommendation and LPA recommendation are to adopt. And that concludes staff presentation.
All right. Are there any members of the public who wish to be heard on this item?
We have 2 speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right.
Our first speaker is going to be Liz Connor, followed by Matthew Grakolski.
Hello, Liz Connor, 2744 South Tanner Road. Third time today. I promise this will be the last one, but I'm here to speak in favor of adopting the rural boundary. As the commissioner has said, for District 5, Orange County voters have overwhelmingly supported this. I know this board has supported this, so thank you. As a reminder to those in the audience and watching at home, the rural boundary is a critical piece because it draws a line between the urban area and the rural area. It helps protect against urban sprawl, which is destructive in many ways, not only to the quality of rural life, but also our habitat, our environment, our wildlife. It's also extremely expensive for us taxpayers and cheap to developers. So it also, is a major cause of flooding. So this in many ways is a great thing. Thank you again for supporting it. I also want to give a special shout out and thank you to Commissioner Kelly Simrad for your tireless support of the rural boundary, your unwavering commitment to our community, protecting the environment, preserving rural communities, and honoring the will of the voters in your area. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you. And that's it. Thank you. Please support it.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker.
Matthew Graholski, 1701 Lee Road. I feel like I'm getting cabin fever in here right now. I've been here way too long with y'all today. But I just wanted to once again thank staff, the commissioners, the mayor, the voters of Orange County that voted to place this onto the ballot and approve it overwhelmingly. But I wanted to just spotlight for 1 second. One of the biggest fighters for our boundary unfortunately passed away earlier this year, and that man is Bobby Beagles, who I know that all the commissioners have had tons of conversations with him when he was still around about the rural boundary, his advocacy for Eastern Orange County, and how important that was to thousands of people here in Orange County. So I just wanted to briefly pay tribute to Bobby, because he really did make this get onto the ballot and really did make this get approved by the voters of Orange County. So while you're voting on this today, I just wanted to remind you of that man that has fought so hard for our values here.
All right. Thank you for your comments. We're going to close the public hearing at this time. And are there any questions by commissioners? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved, Uribe.
Motion by
Second,
Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Gomez Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. We're going to go into recess for about 15 minutes, and then we'll take up the final items of today, L21, 22, 23, and 24. We'll be opening a public hearing regarding all of them together. All right, good evening, everyone. I'm going to welcome all of you back to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of May the 6th, 2025. It's now well into the evening, about 7 p.m. We just returned from a brief recess. We have been in meeting all day today. We started at 8 a.m. With a celebratory event on the lawn outside, and went straight from that into our Board of County Commission meeting. And effectively, we have been working nonstop since that period of time. So at this point, we do have one final item on our agenda for this evening, and this is the last item of the day, and it is items L 21, 22, 23, and 24. We're going to be opening all of those items together, and our very capable staff, led by Mr. Alberto Vargas, the manager of our planning division, is going to lead off presenting this regarding an update regarding the Orange Code and our Vision 2050 update. So with that, Alberto, I'm going to turn it over to you, sir.
Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. Super excited to be here tonight. As you mentioned, Mayor, these are 4 ordinances that are related to Orange Code. This is the first of 2 public hearings. There is not going to be an action requested tonight. The second public hearing is scheduled for June 3rd, along with Vision 2050. Focus of this particular hearing tonight is Orange Code only, with the direct and indirect relationship that it has as a formula with Vision 2050. On the screen, you can see the overall different segments of today's public hearing. I'll start with the background. I will turn it over to Jennifer Moreau, zoning division manager, who will be presenting the highlights of Orange Code. And then she's going to turn it over to Nick Thalmuller, planning administrator, who will be closing the presentation with the new processes that are part of Orange Code, as well as the timeline for final adoption of both Vision 2050 and Orange Code. So starting with the background, I think a common theme that you heard tonight, Mayor, in the different public hearings that we all experienced throughout the day. This is the date in terms of the year when the zoning code was originally adopted, 1957. Interestingly enough, the image that's on the screen right now, and I'm just going to zoom into that particular date, right there as part of the original, one of the copies that we have on file. Interestingly enough, look at that adoption date and the day and the month of the year highlighted is May 6, 1957. A day like today, 68 years ago, the code, the original Orange County Code, was adopted. It contained with it 11 different districts. It was and continues to be very use-based. And what does that mean? It means that the uses are separated: residential, commercial, industrial, and so on. And it was limited to some corridor standards. Moving forward, throughout that journey of 68 years, the Land Development Code, that originally adopted code, grew from 11 different zoning districts to 30 zoning districts, which is what we have today as the Land Development Code. Continues to be use-based. Quite a bit of zoning as it relates to plan developments, which creates the negotiated process, as you have heard and experienced over every other Tuesday to Tuesday type of public hearings, coming to you with before the zoning in progress was put in place, and some of the overlays as well. So you can see the difference between what started to be a very simple, if you would, straightforward, limited district type of code to what it needed to be in order to be able to regulate growth in the county. Current code, as I mentioned before, decades of incremental changes to it. quite a bit of repetition and redundancies we have found as we updated the code and went through the process of creating a new land development code for the county, for a draft code that is for your review today. Found to be a somewhat complex structure and with some unpredictable results. And the only reason why unpredictable results is part of the general description is because of the planned development in certain areas. You know, whenever there is that particular request, we have a development program that happens to be part of a rezoning that is not part of a vision plan in the future. It just happens to be developed in certain areas of the county without necessary reference to how it was meant to be or how it was adopted in the year when the comprehensive plan was adopted in the county, because of the difference between when the original land development code was adopted and when the comprehensive plan was adopted. Moving forward to 1985, the Growth Management Act it was required all local governments to adopt a comprehensive plan. It guided government planning in Florida for over 25 years, and it identifies certain elements in the comprehensive plan to be required to form part of that document. It was not until 1991 when the comprehensive plan in Orange County was adopted, and it included direct oversight by what was then the Development Community Affairs, now the Department of Commerce. Moving forward to 2012, there was a streamlining task force report, the final report, that had 7 different topic areas identified with its mission. And it gathered the development community and different representatives throughout the county to work together to understand the possibility to have to come up with amendments to not only the land development code to make it more user-friendly, to make it more flexible, to make it much more up-to-date, if you would, with current practices, but also to look at the comprehensive plan, to lead and come up with a particular vision plan to continue to plan for the future growth in the county. So that happened in 2012. The major goals of the land development code portion of that topic area was to complete the update to the code because it was identified to be outdated, to address the redundancies and inconsistencies that the review group, the panel itself, identified. It also introduced the mission to be context sensitive, to recognize the diversity of the county, and to have predictability and flexibility as part of its content. Moving forward, Mayor, with the new administration, in 2018, there was a transition report that was also organized with the task of looking into 4 different structures, 4 different teams that included innovation and technology, customer service and development, and the 2 highlighted ones that were sustainability, smart growth, and building communities for everyone. Bottom line is to adopt a sustainable and smart growth vision, and that turned to become what we have today as a mission, which is making sure that we strike a balance between where we grow and where growth will be directed, and at the same time begin to protect the existing neighborhoods, the preservation of the natural resources, and the sensitive rural areas of the county. You have seen this before, what we very often refer to as the formula, the vision plan at the very top of that diagram, being very specific about the type of places that are intricately described in the mission statement of Vision 2050, preserving the natural resources on the very left-hand side of that particular diagram, and growing into understanding that there is diversity in a rural character area. There are suburban neighborhoods in the county that we want to continue to maintain and preserve. General aspects of growth in areas of opportunities consistent to the 10-year action plan Housing for All to identify new product types that would be missing middle bound, and then be very deliberate about an area that will grow into a much more urban type of environment. At the bottom of that particular diagram, you can see the implementation directly tied to the standards of Orange Code with different types of zoning districts, the transect zones, that implement consistent to the places that we have identified as part of that mission statement. Orange Code implements Vision 2050. It updates the county 68-year code. It implements the smart growth planning with bold, innovative solutions. It uses the physical form of development and characteristics of the built environment and scale rather than the separation of uses. Regulations and standards are presented in a very diagrammatic way with tables as well as other visuals. It is transect-based, which means that it's consistent with the different character of those particular areas where the standards regulate development. It increases the existence and requirements of open spaces that are not just residual back-of-house type of open spaces. These are open spaces that become very discernible within the different neighborhoods, within the different centers that are active and are civic in nature of their existence within those type of places. And present a very transparent and efficient review process, which will be later on presented by Mr. Tharmuller. I will leave it with that, Mayor and Commissioners, and I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer Moreau. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners.
Oh, good evening.
Yes, yes, you're right, Mayor. Thanks for reminding me. I'm Jennifer Moreau, the zoning manager, and as Alberto mentioned, I was going to go over some more of the specifics regarding Orange Code. Also, as Alberto mentioned, the zoning code was adopted in 1957. With that adoption, we adopted the zoning map at the time. In 1991, when we adopted the comprehensive plan, we did not update the zoning map to be consistent with the future land use map that went with the comprehensive plan. So that automatically created many inconsistencies in the county between future land use and zoning. That has, over time, resulted in delayed reviews and led to applications being submitted solely to address the inconsistency. And while there's been major amendments over the years to the zoning code and the comprehensive plan, this is the first true major overhaul of both at the same time, with both going hand in hand together. So state law requires consistency between the between the comprehensive plan and the zoning code. With the adoption of both of these at the same time, we will create that consistency between the future land use and zoning. Also wanted to note the importance of county-wide implementation. We've heard in different forums questions related to why we're not just doing it, related to specific areas or corridors or, smaller areas of the county. And it's really important just in order to provide predictability and clarity for both staff and the general public. Also, incremental application of these rules could lead to inconsistencies, confusion, and potential conflicts between older regulations and new ones. It creates a redundancy in public outreach, education, and training for staff, residents, and the development community, which is why we think it's important to do it countywide. The future land use designations set the maximum density and intensity allowed within a district, but within any future land use category, there are a handful, several at least, if not more, zoning districts that correlate to that future land use. So a zoning district standard further limits the density and intensity, meaning that there are still properties that may require a rezoning in order to achieve the maximum densities or intensities allowed under Vision 2050. I'm just going to briefly outline the structure of Orange Code. You'll see here we have 7 articles, and I'm going to walk you through each one of those, starting with the general article, which is Article 1.
This just includes the establishments of zones, including the countywide zoning map, and an outline of the different articles of the code. This is the new countywide zoning map. Here's a kind of zoomed in version of that map. You'll see it looks very similar to our current zoning map, with the exception of the districts that you're seeing are T1 or T, 5.2, T2.2, as opposed to R1 or C1, things like that. So it's very similar to what we have now, just different transect districts that are reflected. Article 2 is the administration section of the code, and this really just outlines the processes and submission requirements for each of the processes. It also touches on the appeal process and nonconformities. I do want to take this time to outline several changes that we would like to present to you in Article 2. Changes that are reflected here, but were not reflected in the draft that is posted currently. So this is something that we've identified between the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendations and now. The first change is a change to the process chart, and specifically striking the reference to horizontal vertical permitting under the master plan process, and adding in a reference to the development review process instead, which is the larger umbrella under which the vertical and horizontal permitting process is under. So that's one of the requested changes. The second one under Article 2 is under the lot split and reconfiguration language, specifically just striking the entirety of Section 5. I think this was added inadvertently. The section we're proposing to strike says that you need to plat once you got approval of the lot split and reconfiguration, which is kind of the exact reason why you get a lot split or reconfiguration, is so that you don't have to plat. So we're just proposing to strike that language. The third recommendation under this article is some cleanup language to just clarify through the development plan process, if a plat is required, what the process is to go through that, which is asking for a pre-sufficiency meeting with Public Works, and then submitting a final plat package to Public Works. And that's reflected here. And then the last change under Article 2 is under the subdivision plan process, and this is just some minor wording change, but essentially instead of saying it if required, it's just saying the applicant will, which essentially means they're always going to be required. So those are the changes reflected in Article 2. Next, we're going to move on to Article 3, which is the zone standards. This is what I like to refer to as the meat and potatoes kind of the zoning code or the zoning regulations. This is where you're really going to find most of the development standards. So one of the things that this section does is outline all of the different building and site standards. And you'll note here, these are two cut sheets from Orange Code, the left being Transect District T2.3 and the right being T5.1. One of the biggest differences between Orange Code and our current code is that Orange Code graphically represents a lot of the standards in addition to providing it in text. So you'll see each of these cut sheets has both a graphic representation of the standards and then the written representation of the standards. And you'll see each cut sheet is similar in how it's laid out. So the red box basically is outlining the lot size and occupation standards in each of the transect districts. Here we move on to the setbacks for both principal structures and accessory structures. And then we also have the height standards outlined here as well. Moving on to Article 4 is our use section of the code. This includes our use table, also includes all the performance standards or additional standards that otherwise might be required associated with a use. And then further it goes into specific uses such as communication towers, and public school siting requirements as well. One of the biggest, or a couple of the bigger changes in this section of the code in relation to our current code is that the zoning districts are being condensed from 30 to 22. So on the left-hand side is our current use table with the zoning districts highlighted at the top, and then on the right is the proposed use table with the zoning districts highlighted. The other really big change is a consolidation of uses. Currently, we have 30 pages of use table that are 11 by 17 landscape style. And we are consolidating that into 4 pages of uses. So it's much more user-friendly, much more condensed. And as a part of that, we're getting rid of referencing the Standard Industrial Classification Manual. If you're familiar with that, that is our primary reference in our use table today. That was last updated in 1987. So there's a lot of uses that exist now that were never contemplated at the time or have changed in terms of how they're used or how a site might be used with that use. So we're getting rid of references to the Standard Industrial Classification Manual. We're also taking out the numbers that reference additional conditions, but we did largely carry over the additional conditions into this code. They're just referenced in the use table as an asterisk as opposed to a specific number. One of the other big changes is that within each of the zones, there's a broader range of uses that are allowed. Our zoning districts today, as you all know, are much more singular in what's allowed. If it's a commercial district, you can do commercial, you can't do residential. If it's a residential district, you can do residential, you can't necessarily do commercial. So this allows for a broader range of uses within the transect districts. And then we've also introduced allowing certain uses as accessory uses only. Those are notated as an A on the use chart. So it's allowed as an accessory use to the principal use. If it's a principal use, it's otherwise allowed in that transect district. So as I noted, most of the additional standards that apply today to uses largely carried over into Orange Code. We've also added additional standards related to certain uses that we've heard concerns from you commissioners on or some of the constituents regarding certain uses that we tend to see a lot of at the board. One of those is places of assembly. So we've now added a cap on size, seating, and or parking in the rural, on anything in the rural sector. We've added standards associated with car washes. They're required to be contained within a permanent building with a roof and at least 2 sides. You can't have drive aisles or parking between the building and the right-of-way. And then in the higher transect zoning districts, T5 and T6, it either has to be accessory to a service or gas station, or it must have an active use in the car wash building in addition to the car wash itself. We've added standards related to self-storage facilities. So we're requiring a 2,500-foot distance separation from other self-storage facilities. We're limiting it to dead storage only, which means you can't operate a business out of a storage facility, which technically you can't do today, but our code isn't explicit in that, and we have a lot of issues with that, so we're going so far as to codify it. And then in the higher transect districts, more intense transect districts, we are adding requirement for ground floor commercial uses and applying additional design standards as well. And then I also wanted to cover the parking standards. You know, there's been a lot of conversation at the board related to multiple applications that have come through on both sides of the parking issue. You know, we have too much parking, we don't have enough parking, and honestly, it probably depends on the district and the use and where it is. So one of the biggest changes in Orange Code is that we are no longer tying parking to just the use. Currently in our code, it just says if you're doing this use, this is how many parking spaces you need. In Orange Code, we're saying if it's this use in this transect district, this is how many parking spaces you need. So it's tied to not just the use, but also the transect district. So if you're in a district that is more urban, that might have, you know, might be more walkable, might have more transportation options, you might have less parking standards or parking requirements in that district than in a more suburban or rural area where you don't have those other types of options. We've also added in maximum parking standards. They are quite high, but there is still a maximum. That is sort of a cap on that. And then we've added in a variety of administrative parking reductions that can be stacked. And so you can sort of add on to that if you qualify for each one of those. And zoning incentive area is just one of them. If you're adjacent to premium transit area, that's another. And then if we have an option to do shared parking, either on-site or off. So those are just some of the provisions that we have for parking related to Orange Code. Also in Article 4, we have some additional edits I wanted to provide. one of which is related to residential sales, support structures, and uses. We are proposing to strike the language requiring a subdivision plat being recorded before a permit for a temporary structure is issued. And we are proposing to strike the reference to local roads and just keep it as public and private roads under where the design criteria, standards, and requirements would apply under the general section of Division 3. And that leads us to Article 5, which is the land development section. And I'm going to turn it over to Alberto to finish out the last couple of articles, and then he will turn it over to me.
Thank you, Jennifer. So this is Article 5 of Orange Code. If Vision 2050's first chapter is future land use, mobility, and neighborhoods. If we were to imagine a bridge of how to create a user guide between a new development of a place, which is described in Chapter 1, you would land in this particular article when we begin to understand what to do with that particular development program. So land development is Article 5. It basically begins to establish the connection, interconnectivity of the different environments to support local transportation with all the elements of safety that are needed and the character of the community that is being created. Those standards begin to define blocks, walkable size blocks, compact type blocks in areas that are more urban, and they begin to be relaxed in terms of the perimeter in areas that are more suburban or even rural for that matter. Multimodal street design, not only for automobiles, but for other modes of transportation in order for you to be able to reach a destination, whether it's work-related, leisure-related, or school-related for learning purposes for that matter. And civic spaces, as I mentioned before, these are integrated as part of the discernible center of new communities for the purpose of creating community interaction and unification in every aspect. You heard me as part of the original introduction in terms of innovative solutions, and FDOT came up with this context classification structure, which basically begins to create a similar in nature type of road in relationship to where exactly that road or designed in that manner or integrated within the existing context. So you have different types of roads that are associated to rural environments, to natural environments, to suburban environments, and to urban environments. And that's what you see at the bottom of this particular diagram. Even though it's the same transect as in terms of the cross-section of the character of the county, these roads are now being classified for the purpose of becoming part of that built environment. You can see the relationship in this particular table, Table 110, which begins to make the relationship between the transect zone, the zoning districts, and which ones of those context classified roads are correlated. And the future land use and place type is right there in the middle column of each one of these structured tables that you see. So you can see a very direct relationship between not only the place itself that's being created, but the zoning district, the transect zone that implements that future land use, and the roads that should be designed in relationship to those areas that are being defined. Division 3 of this particular article, Article 5, is utilities, and they identify underground service, electrical service, fire protection standards are part of this Division 3 article. And then in Division 4 are where all of these civic and open spaces are in terms of qualifying open spaces that have standards associated to them that would be able to be identified as potential solutions to meet the requirements of open spaces within each one of these new communities or neighborhoods or centers. And usually more than one of these is required depending on the size of the development program associated to each one of those applications. And you can see this table 117, civic space requirements and credits directly tie to that percentage of requirement of what percentage of each one of those open spaces you can submit as part of your application in order to comply with the diversity of that requirement. Article 6 here are the definitions, and basically Division 1 and Division 2 are the applicability and the definition of the different terms, the new nomenclatures that is part of this form-based code, different than the language that we speak today as we refer to the land uses. And the consolidation, the use consolidation, table 125, basically represent a snapshot of how we were able to reduce the number of uses in association to each one of those particular land uses. So that's how we got the reduction that Jennifer introduced earlier on in her presentation to the number of, from 30 pages all the way to 4 pages now. This is on page 340 through 343 of the Orange Code book and the draft. In terms of the code reconciliation and ordinances, these are all the chapters that are referenced, from chapter 3, 9, 11, 15, 21, 23, 24, 28, 30, 31.5, which is being repealed as part of the ordinance that is in front of you today. This is the signage ordinance that's being repealed. Chapter 32, 34, 37, 38, and 39 is a new chapter that's being created. All of this, with the exception of the one that's repealed and the new ordinance, are being consolidated, meaning that they are referenced in the Orange Code or Chapter 40. Chapter 40, the first ordinance in front of you today, is the creation of the new chapter, the new zoning land development code chapter along with the zoning map. That's Ordinance 1. The second ordinance in front of you today is Chapter 38 and 39, which is part of Chapter 38. The existing chapter is being modified. And Chapter 39, as I mentioned before, which is the PD, Plan Development Codes, is being created. So this is the creation. Ordinance 2 identifies modification or amendment of Chapter 38 and the creation of Chapter 39. The third ordinance is the elimination altogether of the signage ordinance, Chapter 31.5. The fourth ordinance is the reconciliated chapters that I just highlighted as part of the previous slide, which are here again. All of those chapters are being brought into chapter, as referenced into Chapter 40, which is, again, Orange Code. And I'm going to turn it over to Nick Thalmuller to finish tonight's public hearing. Thank you.
Tonight. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good evening.
All right, so with all of these new exciting zoning and development standards comes the need to reassess our development review processes. Sticking with the analogy from earlier, if Jennifer calls the zoning standards the meat and potatoes, these can be called the kitchen utensils that are used to prepare the meal. So I will be going over some of the existing adjusted and retained development review processes. I know we saved the exciting part for last. Important thing to note is that even though we are, as we've discussed, moving into the next century with all these new standards and processes and ways of going about development, does not necessarily mean that all of our processes for reviewing this development go away. Importantly, many of our development review processes that we know and love, or perhaps don't love, that exist today are staying. Some are going to be adjusted, refined a little bit through this process, and we're going to have some new things, and I'll cover some of those things during my presentation here. So, first things first, what is staying? Comprehensive plan amendments. In today's hearing, a good example, we had several properties come in and request to change their future land use designation. That is still going to be a thing. There's still a statutory process where someone thinks that they have a better and higher best use for the property. They have the right to come in and ask, can I have a different future land use designation? And that can be a large scale or small scale change based on the size of the property and the factors. But none of that is changing. That is the process today, and that is the exact process tomorrow. Conventional rezonings. Again, we saw several today. People have a land use designation that allows a variety of zoning districts. Someone wants to develop their property with a slightly different set of standards consistent with their land use designation. They have the right to come in and ask to rezone their property. That's a process that exists today. It's a process that is also going to exist under our new proposed code and comp plan. That process is going to be refined a little bit, which I'll discuss in just a moment. And then, of course, we've got our planned developments. Again, something we've seen today. No property started out with the planned development. Planned development was a negotiated zoning district. As Alberto mentioned, we've got all these typically single-use standard zoning districts that have existed for many years. And someone wanted to come do something a little large-scale, mix of uses, a little unique. Typically, they had to rezone to planned development, and through that process, negotiate specific development standards and entitlements for that property. Those are still going to exist. Master planned areas such as Horizon West, there's still going to be the requirement, if you want to develop, you must rezone to PD and go through that process per the established Master Plan Horizon West process. Also, existing PDs, what happens to, say, those properties that were approved today to be rezoned to planned development district? Those are going to stay. They are not going to be wiped off the face of the earth in just a couple months. What our code is going to say is that those PDs are vested. They are going to be able to stay in existence. They can even develop under their previously approved standards and entitlements. They can even apply to change their standards and entitlements. However, they are not going to, after a certain period of time, be able to ask for more. If they do want to ask for more, there is going to be a process to rezone and opt into Orange Code. So just because you were a PD and you were vested today doesn't mean you have to be a PD forever. You may choose to be a PD forever, but there are always options on the table. Let's see, we got some other things that are staying today. Special exception applications. We have a use table that allows some uses outright, prohibits some uses, and says a certain use might be allowed. However, you got to go through some extra hoops. We need to do an assessment, see a site plan, put the project through a review and analysis, and go to the Board of Zoning Adjustment. That is a process that exists today, and it's a process that will exist identically tomorrow. Variances. Another thing that exists today, you've got a zoning district with a specific set of standards. However, maybe there's some weird geographical feature, your property, a hill or a lake, and you can't quite meet one of those standards. You can apply for a variance for an alternative standard. That goes through our BZA process today, and it's going to also go through our BZA process tomorrow. Subdivision plan applications. You want to take one big piece of property, make it into a bunch of little pieces of property. That is a process that exists today. That is a process that is going to exist identically tomorrow. Development plans, these are interesting. If you are zoned plan development, and in fact we saw one of them today, and you want to do multifamily or commercial development, before you can move on to the permitting stage, you've got to go through this development plan process. Under Orange Code, that process is going to be tweaked a little bit. It is going to exist in its exact form for PDs, but it's also going to apply to some other projects under the Orange Code. So let's start talking about some of those refinements that I mentioned earlier. So today, someone wants to change their zoning district, regardless of the size, the complexity. They want to go from 1 to 25 districts. They want an incredibly complex development. There is one process. You submit an application, it goes through planning review, staff will do an analysis, make a recommendation, and it'll go to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and then to the Board of County Commissioners on consent. We have adjusted that and split it into two types. So now we're going to have a small area rezoning, which is your more analogous to your conventional rezonings that you see today. It's typically smaller properties, less complex developments, and that's going to go through exactly the same process. And then if you are larger than 10 acres, you're rezoning to multiple zones. This is similar to like that PD process where you have a more complex development. That's going to go through a large-scale rezoning, which, as I'll go over in a moment, has a slightly different review process and slightly different submittal standards. Here we go. Here's a nice flow chart. So on the left side, we've got our small rezoning. This is the exact conventional rezoning process we have today. On the other side, we've got our large area rezoning, and there are a couple of key differences. One, you have to submit a concept plan and some additional justification and details for that technical staff analysis. And two, you might notice there are 2 full public hearings up there, whereas the conventional rezonings today just have that one planning and zoning hearing and then are heard at a consent or are approved in a consent agenda before this board. Large area rezonings, again, similar to PDs today, are going to be more complex projects and are going to warrant 2 public hearings, one before the P&Z and one before this board. So here's something that is new, master plans. Now, I mentioned earlier that, well, I didn't mention earlier, but outside of those master planned areas such as Horizon West, there are going to be no new PDs. Those existing PDs are going to exist, but no one is going to have the option to rezone to PD outside of Horizon West, Avalon Park, very limited areas within the county. Now, you might be thinking, okay, we're getting rid of PDs, we're getting this new thing called master plans. I do want to be clear, it is not quite the same thing. Under a PD, what an applicant property owner is doing is they are asking for a very specific development program, very specific set of development standards. A master plan isn't so much asking to rezone. It can include a rezoning component, which we'll talk about in a second. For large properties, larger than 20 acres, to show us a general framework of how these larger developments are going to lay out their blocks and their circulation and their civic spaces, their town squares and their greens, and how everything is going to work together to meet all of these community-based development standards that we've talked about in the Code and New Comp Plan. So here is how a master plan process is going to work. It is going to come through our development review or DRC process. It's going to be reviewed by our technical review group made up of reviewers, excellent, highly trained and technical reviewers from 17 different divisions around the county. It's going to be going to our DRC for a recommendation. Then it's going to go, depending on what they are doing, one of 2 different ways. As I mentioned, a master plan might include a rezoning component. Regardless of if they are rezoning or not, based on the size of the project, you have to go through a master plan process. However, you can also propose to rezone as part of that master plan process. If you are rezoning, then after that DRC recommendation, you're going to make a stop by the Planning and Zoning Commission for a public hearing there, and then on to the Board of County Commissioners. However, if there is no rezoning component, that's straight from DRC to a public hearing before this board. Another few things that we have refined as part of this process. You have one of these master plan developments, subdivision plans, development plans approved today. You want to make a change. Typically, code lays that out as 2 different processes. It can be a substantial or a non-substantial change. We further refine that, so we still have the substantial or non-substantial, but we also have a minor variation, which are for the very, very, very minor kind of tweaks to kind of differentiate the various paths that things are going to be going through. And here, as we saw earlier, is our overall consolidated rezoning and development review processes chart. Not going to spend too much time on this, but it starts over on the left side with our rezoning processes, our master plan processes, and then on the right side we have our development review processes. I talked about preliminary subdivision plans, taking a piece of property and subdividing it up, making a subdivision. You've got your standard process over here. Again, that follows the process of today. Development plans are going to be something that is actually going to be applicable to projects outside of PDs now. So now if you have a property that is over 6 acres, you are going through this development plan process to ensure that you are complying with all of these code standards and requirements prior to moving on to permitting. And then if you have a property that is less than 6 acres, straight to permitting for you. So, something else that is new. As we were going through this planning process, we coordinated with our development partners and our partners in the community, including Orange County Public Schools. And one thing we heard loud and clear was, yes, development is good. I think everyone would agree, new development, moving forward is good. However, what's also good is having the infrastructure in place to support that development. And what I'm going to talk about today is the steps that we have addressed to ensure that in the most intense areas, we have a process and a plan to address the provision of school infrastructure to serve all this new development we are here promoting. So what we did is Orange County staff coordinated with OCPS staff for a series of months, and we built in some new concepts into our processes and some new language into Vision 2050 to ensure that Orange County Public Schools has the opportunity to have a seat at the table early on in the development process to foster proper growth management and mitigate unintended consequences. And we did is we included some policy language in the comprehensive plan, and we created something that is new, a density activation application. And we have implemented that through an additional set of development processes identified in Chapter 40, Article 2, Figure 3, which is the companion table to that development review process chart that I just shared with you. I do want to be clear that this only applies, per the language we have drafted, to the targeted sector. This does not apply to those vested PDs, those pre-approved master planned areas. It does not apply to the intended or established sectors. It is strictly for projects that are looking to activate residential density granted by Vision 2050 in the targeted sector. And I'm going to differentiate between what I'm going to call 2030 levels and 2050 levels. Destination 2030 is the name of our current comprehensive plan. And I'm going to be making a difference between what is entitled, vested, allowed on a development property within this targeted sector under the Destination 2030 land use and zoning designations and the Vision 2050 land use and zoning designations. So what we have created is this chart here. And what this does is it says that if you are doing a residential development and you are located within the targeted sector, there was that previous chart that said, which development review process you're going to. But in order for us to appropriately analyze, catch, manage, and facilitate development within this area and ensure that we are properly accounting for school impacts and managing growth, we're going to filter all these projects that are proposing residential development first through a pre-application meeting. And I'm not going to go into detail into the specific sections of this chart, but at that pre-application meeting, the applicant is going to be informed that there are additional processes and analyses they're going to have to go through. And it all starts with an OCPS capacity determination, determining one, is there capacity for the proposed development, and then assessing the difference between what they were previously allowed versus what they are trying to take advantage of under the Vision 2050 process. And you can see here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 really different choose your own adventure paths that a developer or a development may choose to take. There are options where there is capacity, and all we are really doing is just entering into an agreement to recognize they are taking advantage of that capacity and they can move forward. There are options where a developer may choose to slightly reduce their density or perhaps phase and delay a portion of their project or enter into alternative mitigation negotiations with the county and OCPS. There are also options where the applicant or developer may choose to come to this board and make their case that, yes, we are aware that infrastructure is not available at this very moment. However, the other merits of this case may warrant us moving forward with this anyway. So you can see here a variety of different options to allow development to move forward and not just be stopped. Again, it's to help us, Orange County and OCPS, work together to manage this growth. So with that, I've got a couple of final slides here before we move into the discussion. First of all, timeline. This board and those in the audience may recollect that we have just gone through most recently a series of work sessions, identified November, December, coordination with Florida Department of Commerce. Most recently, we had a public hearing before the Planning and Zoning Commission, local planning agency, where that advisory board made a unanimous recommendation of approval in Vision 2050 and Orange Code moving forward. Now we are here today. This is the first hearing for Orange Code, May 6, 2025, and on June 3rd, we have our final hearing, and on June 3rd, you are going to be seeing both the new updated comprehensive plan, Vision 2050, and Land Development Code, Orange Code, for one final discussion and decision. Once that motion happens, assuming everything is approved and moves forward, roughly 40 or so days until things become effective. Now, you might be asking yourselves, well, hold on a second, we're approving a new world here on June 3rd, but it's not going to be effective until July. What happens in the middle? Well, we've thought about that, and staff has developed this very, very wordy notice, which I'm sharing on the screen here. It has been pushed out to many of our partners in the development community, many citizens throughout the county. It's available on all of our web pages, and essentially, I'll read the yellow part here. Please be aware that requirements of Vision 2050 and Orange Code may impact land development permit applications submitted after the adoption date. If a project to be evaluated under the current zoning regulations, a permit must be submitted and deemed sufficient before the effective date. So, before that effective date, even though things have already been approved, the old code and comp plans still exist, and permits that come in during that time still have to be reviewed. They can't be reviewed under something that is not yet effective. So you submit before, you are going to be reviewed under the standards that exist at the time. However, once that effective date happens, you submit your permits, now you're going by the New World Order. And I believe that is the end of our presentation.
All right. I don't know if they are clapping because they're glad you finished, because it's almost 8 o'clock at night, or what happened just then. But in either case, we're all excited about where we are, and hopefully we'll be able to get this all codified and approved by our board within the timeline that was indicated. But one thing that I will say is that we realize that in working with the school district, that has been one of the most important things that we've been doing. It is our intention, again, on May the 20th, to have a board work session during the Board of County Commission, where we will try to keep our agenda light so that we can have a few hours, a couple hours perhaps, to work through any concerns or issues. But between now and then, Chair Jacobs, we certainly intend to continue our efforts with you and the school district. We've had some conversation, and I know that there may be a couple of areas where there may be some outstanding issues, but I'm confident that we will be able to work through that. The goal is to, between whatever conversation we have today and between now and then, that we'll get closer to that, so that the board can have a full discussion about it. We want to make certain that this works for everyone in our community, and that our processes are well-known, defensible, that the developers understand what the playing rules are, and staff and everyone is on the same sheet of music. So what we want to do at this point is open it up for any discussion. I will, Chair Jacobs, if you have something that you want to speak to at this point, I will invite you to the podium to do that at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners, for your concern and your interest in this issue, and thank you for your supportive words. I want to make this very short. Mr. Vargas and I, over the last 2 days, I think have had some very productive conversations, great deal more clarity of our positions, and I'm really hopeful and cautiously optimistic that we're going to land this plane with us all on the same page. I'm feeling good about it. With that, let me introduce to this board Dr. Anna Diaz, who, as a mom, I have known for probably close to 30 years. She is now the president of the Orange County Association of School Administrators. That would be our principals, our APs. So let me introduce Dr. Diaz for just a brief comment. Thank you.
Well, congratulations on that new position. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Demings and commissioners and county staff. My name is Dr. Anna Diaz, and I'm honored to be here representing OCASA. It's the Orange County Association of School Administrators, and we sit outside of Orange County Public Schools. So they hired me to work with them and represent their principals and assistant principals. Mayor Demings, first of all, I want to go back in memory lane. I want to let you know that it's a privilege to be here to address you all, and especially you. I cherish our memories of working together when I was the principal at Jackson Middle School back in the 20th century, remember? And then later at University High School. Back then, you were the chief of Orlando Police Department, and later on as director of public safety with Orange County Sheriff Department. You remember those days at university that we had so many students. So you suffered the pain with me and your officers that were so wonderful on campus and off campus. You supported our schools. You've been, and you've always been, unwavering in your commitment to our community, so I thank you. I thank you so much, and it's a privilege to be here. Also, I'd like to say a shout out to Commissioner Moore, who was my school board member. And Christine, thank you for your mentorship. And if I know anything about politics, you taught me some of it. So thank you, and your support has meant so much to me and others in our school district. And Commissioner Uribe, I thank you personally because you were my commissioner when I was in the Conway area. And to other commissioners, I haven't had the chance to work with you, but I thank you for your hours of dedication as elected commissioners. Staff, you've worked really hard on this Orange Code, and thank you. It shows. You've worked tirelessly on it, and I know the countless hours that you've worked with the Orange County Public Schools staff. And some of you have been around for many, many years, and you've been with the county since the 20th century. So I thank you. I thank you. And that's what I wanted to say, that OCASA, we not only advocate locally, but we also go to Tallahassee and advocate for public education. And recently I was in DC talking to legislators on how they can continue to support education and send money back to the state of Florida. But before I leave, there were 13 of us, our legislative committee. So the brave warriors that are still here, can you please stand? These are principals and assistant principals that are here to support our process and on the legislative committee. So on behalf of Orange County Association of School Administrators, thank you, and thank you for keeping OCPS at the table as you continue to grow into the vision and Orange Code. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Diaz. With that, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for a public comment at this time. And Mr. Thalmuller, do we have members of the public who have indicated a desire to speak?
We do, Mayor. We have 18 speakers for this item.
All right. So each of our 18 speakers, we're going to give you a maximum of 2 minutes. Don't feel like you have to take all 2 minutes, but if you must, it will be 2 minutes. We're going to cut you off at 2 minutes. With that, we're going to go ahead and start the process, and we will call you hopefully somewhat close to the order in which you signed up, but I don't know, sometimes they get out of order, right? So with that, let's start with the first member of the public who wishes to speak.
All right, folks, going to call your name in batches. When I do, please line up along the back wall in the order called. Please approach the podium one by one. When you do, please begin with your name and address for the record. Our first speaker this evening is going to be Michael Gilbrook, followed by Benjamin Shepler, Amber Holberger, Lacey Quinn, and Aaron Loringer.
And just as you come to speak, it would be helpful to us just to memorialize who said what and when. If you would give us your name and your address just for the record. And if you have one of those names that's difficult to spell, you know, it'd be helpful if you kind of help us out with that too. All right, come forward.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and County Commissioners. My name is Dr. Michael Gilbrook. That's Gilbrook. I live at 7835 Horse Ferry Road, Orlando, here in Orange County. I teach environmental studies at the University of Central Florida, but today I'm here representing your Orange County Sustainability Advisory Board, which consists of 9 residents and professionals entrusted with the mission to provide oversight and continuous improvement of the county's sustainability and resilience plans and initiatives. The Sustainability Advisory Board, having worked alongside staff, supports the adoption of Orange Code in conjunction with Vision 2050. We commend the county leadership and staff for undertaking such an important task to update the community's vision for smarter and more sustainable growth. The future of Orange County depends on the application of smart growth strategies aimed at the protection and conservation of natural resources, the creation of vibrant communities that enhance the health and well-being for all, and a balanced, predictable, transparent, efficient, and responsible pattern of development. Statement developed by a committee, you can tell.
Yes.
While Vision 2050 provides guiding principles for sustainable and resilient future growth over the next 25 years, Orange Code takes initial steps towards implementing those new growth strategies with a goal to address more sustainable development practices over the next 5 years. However, much work remains to be done to address factors such as increasing heat, extreme weather, flooding, displaced populations, and rapid loss of lands that, without adequate planning, will impact the safety and quality of life of our residents and affect economic growth and stability within our communities. The Sustainability Advisory Board recommends that the Comprehensive Plan and Code be reviewed every 7 years by the Planning, Environmental, and Development Services Department with data and projections on current and future climate conditions to be presented to the Board of County Commissioners. Finally, as part of our mission to ensure continuous improvement, we stand ready to support the implementation of the sustainability and resilience elements of the plan. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Gilbrook. As I said, that 2 minutes will go by quickly. All right. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Ben Shepler, and I live at 1920 Northwest Moreland Drive. I want to speak today in support of Vision 2050 and Orange Code. These documents present a bold plan for the future of Orange County, one that provides abundant housing in walkable communities by reducing suburban sprawl and dependence on cars as the singular means of transportation. I support many of the major changes that will come from context-sensitive planning, but want to focus on how this will specifically affect biking. My wife and I ride our bikes as much as possible to get around, and in fact, rode here tonight. The state of our bike infrastructure is pretty dismal currently. We're only able to navigate because we map out our routes beforehand, prioritizing low-traffic residential streets, as the main arterials don't have multi-use paths or protected bike lanes. Even buffered lanes like the new project on Rio Grande Ave are not comfortable to ride on because traffic is moving so quickly and there's no physical barrier from vehicles. Because of the current lack of bike facilities, I'm excited by how much Orange Code prioritizes developing bike networks, such as the subdivision plan standards in section 40-203. This section describes how new developments must be divided into blocks and better provide circulation for pedestrians and bikes. Many of our suburban neighborhoods have winding streets with few access points to circulator or arterial roads, which causes congestion and makes biking and walking much more difficult due to the distance added by the poor layout. Dividing the neighborhoods into blocks makes transportation better for all users. I'm grateful to the planning department that have listened to public feedback asking for safer biking and updated the code in section 40-212 to require adherence to bicycle standards set forth by leading organizations like AASHTO, NACTO, and the Federal Highway Administration, as previous drafts only suggested consulting these documents. And lastly, congestion is a huge issue in our county, and if we want to get cars off the road by using other modes of transit like bikes, we have to design bikeways to be safe and comfortable for the most vulnerable road users like children. Mayor Demings and Commission, I urge you next month to vote to adopt Vision 2050 and Orange Code. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shepler. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amber Homberger. It's Homberger, 620 Kittredge Drive. I'm here tonight because I am genuinely excited for the possibilities of our future with Vision 2050 and Orange Code guiding the way. I'm especially feeling inspired by the new book Abundance by Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson, which I encourage you all to read. The premise of which is almost painfully simple. In order to have the world we want, we need to build and invent more of what we need. Orange Code clears the way for smart growth and makes it easier to build what we need. I want to live in a community where everyone has a safe place to live and no one is unhoused. Every year, studies continue to show that we simply do not have enough available, accessible, and attainable units of housing for residents at every income level, not just super low income. I want us to build more housing where it makes sense, near grocery stores, restaurants, parks, tourism, to leave our rural wild areas alone and safe from sprawling mega developments. I want to live in a community where I have good, clean options for transit and mobility, the freedom of real choices that work, scooters, bikes, buses, trains, even autonomous vehicles and streetcars. I want to be able to walk to local businesses that have housing on the top and mixed-use developments that maximize the lot footprint. Traffic is the direct result of single-use zoning. When we have people who have to drive to every amenity because our communities are segregated by use, we'll all be on the roads at the same time, and we may even lose out on important services like senior care and counseling centers, as we heard earlier, because we're so concerned about traffic. Smarter zoning is a cornerstone of Orange Code, and this change has the potential to revolutionize our development. I want to end with a quote from the book. Abundance contains within it the bigness that benefits the American project. It is the promise of not just more, but more of what matters. It is a commitment to the endless work of institutional renewal. It is a recognition that technology is at the heart of progress and always has been. It is a determination to align our collective genius with the needs of both the planet and each other. If Vision 2050 is the vehicle moving us forward, Orange Code is the fuel that powers it. I implore you to pass it.
All right, thank you, Ms. Homberger, for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hello. Hi, Orange County Board of Commissioners. My name is Lacey Quinn. I'm from 11963 Boardwalk Drive. I'm here with Sunrise Movement Orlando, and I'm here in support of Vision 2050. I have lived in Orlando for 4 years now, and I have never had a car the entire time I've lived here. In a city like Orlando, I think we all know that that makes it very difficult to get around. For 2 years, I biked 3 hours to go to my full-time job, for 2 years straight. And there were points in my commute every day where I wouldn't have a sidewalk to ride on, and I had to be really close to moving cars. Sometimes there were days where it was raining, and I had to leave early because I knew biking in the rain would take even longer. It was the lack of Orlando's walkability that made it dangerous and scary to go to work every day. That's why I urge you to support Vision 2050. The plan supports streets and sidewalks that are built to balance multiple forms of transportation. If I had more options, I wouldn't have needed to take such a harsh commute every day. No one should have to struggle the way I did to get to work. And Vision 2050 will make sure it doesn't happen that way anymore. It will pave the way for our neighbors to have more options and help for getting to where we need to be and take care of ourselves and our families. A key element of Vision 2050 is to direct growth in the right places. The environment is very important to me. In growing up in Florida all my life, I see more and more every day how important it is to preserve our natural spaces. I've seen my family's houses get destroyed by hurricanes and experienced seeing my favorite trails be destroyed by the effects of our climate change. We have to protect our communities from the glowing Vision 2050 to help us do just that. Vision 2050 will direct most new development to target sectors providing a more sustainable future within the growth that's expected to come in Orlando. This will help reduce pollution and protect the nature that we love so much. I know together we can prepare Orlando for fighting against climate change by passing Vision 2050 to fight against the sprawl. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Quinn. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Orange County Board of Commissioners. My name is Erin Loringer, and I live at 12100 Sterling University Lane. I'm here with Sunrise Movement Orlando, and I'm here in support of Vision 2050. I've lived in Orlando since I was 6 years old, and I've been in love with the city ever since. I love spending time downtown with my friends as often as I can, but there have often been times in my life when the long time to commute makes the amount I spend on gas too much to afford. When I've worked downtown, so much of my paycheck would go to gas just to get to work that it made it nearly impossible to have any kind of savings. The high rental prices in Orlando also keep me further away, which limits my work options and has me priced out of areas closer to everything. Passing Vision 2050 would increase the availability of public transportation and lower the rent prices in Orlando by making communities more walkable and affordable and reducing the reliance on cars. And less cars is better for the environment, which is so important, especially at a time like now. I urge you to adopt Vision 2050 and stop the sprawl and make Orlando affordable for all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Loringer. We'll move to the next speaker.
All right, next batch of speakers is going to start with Nelson Bettenu, followed by Michael Young, Christopher Barr, Dylan Lovings, and Valeria Menendez.
Who's up first, Mr. Bettenu? Bettenu?
That's what it says.
Was that the name? Did I mess it up?
Michael, let's say you're up first. Yep.
Nelson is not here, right? Okay. He's not here. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Michael Youngie, 11518 Lake Willis Drive. Here to represent the Lake Willis Homeowners Association. We're not opposed to the Vision 2050 or the Orange Code. We simply are trying to protect our neighborhood with the zoning. With the current change, it's expected to be 4 units per acre. Right now, we enjoy a 1 unit per acre zoning. We also want to ask for a rural residential enclave, which we did last September from our commissioner. Changing to 4 units per acre is neither compatible nor consistent with our neighborhood the way it is. We don't even have public services as far as sewer and water. We're all on septic and well. So, and even doubling that would tax that greatly. I want to give kudos for you guys for approving the Kilgore Road Rural Residential Enclave. They have very similar lots and purpose as our community, and we are requesting that same protection as well. Some of the pillars of the Vision 2050 and Orange Code are protecting our established neighborhoods and communities, and also protecting our natural resources. And those are 2 big things our community is. We have residents that have family homes that have been there since before Disney and since even before Interstate 4, and they deserve the protection of both limited zoning and a rural residential enclave. We also have Ms. Jacobs is already gone, but she actually helped get us an ordinance in the early 2000s to help protect us, which we have trouble even getting Orange County to help with enforcing. We're not even sure where that's been moved to, and there has been some changes to that we haven't been advised of yet. So.
All right, thank you, Mr. Young. We'll move to the next speaker.
Good night, County Commission.
Good night. Okay.
Mayor Demings and staff. My name is Christopher Barr. I live at 12100 Sterling University Lane. And a vote for Vision 2050 and Orange Code is a vote for Orlando's future. Vote against the adoption of Vision 2050 is to say that what we have now is okay. That our current built environment that leads to the issues of homelessness, unaffordability, auto dependence, social isolation, inequity is okay, and that we're okay with delaying solutions because it would be uncomfortable to vote yes. A no vote is a vote for mediocrity. There is not a consensus among the population. I don't think it would be controversial to say that the people who agree with the adoption of this plan are going to be the ones living here in 2050. I'd like to give a little context. This plan incorporates ideas of new urbanism, which, to those of you who aren't aware, is a philosophy of urban planning that advocates for a built environment that looks quite different from the one that we have today. Instead of growing farther and farther out, new urbanism demands that we grow up, because at some point we have to grow up. If you were to summarize the thesis of Vision 2050 in Orange Code, would be growth in the right places, the new urbanist application to Orlando's situation. I always think it's important to stay focused on the future, on what could be built. Vision 2050 will allow that to become possible. Our city was built on dreams. The dreams of those original homesteaders trying to scratch out a living in the swamp. The dreams of an entrepreneur to build the city of the future. The dreams of a nation attempting to put a man on the moon. And now it's our turn to dream, and I say we're ready. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Barr. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. I am Valeria Menendez. I live at 4512 Black Knight Drive. I'm here in support of the Orange Codes and Vision 2050. I am a student at UCF, and along with many of my friends, we have been negatively impacted by urban sprawl. When I started at UCF, the average rent prices in the student housing facilities I was looking at was about $750 per month. Right now, they're about $950 per month, and it's only been 2 years. I also have to attend classes both in the downtown campus and the main campus, so I'm regularly commuting 40 minutes due to traffic. These issues are intrinsically linked to our current zoning codes. They're affected by a variety of issues, but the Orange Codes would help resolve these issues to a degree. The promotion of mixed-use planning, especially in the UCF area, would significantly improve the quality of life, cost of living, and walkability for residents and students like myself. Our zoning regulations and comprehensive plan desperately need updating, and it's not just to be in compliance with Florida law, it's for the betterment of Orlando, whose population is only projected to grow. I look forward to a future of Orlando in which the Orange Codes and Vision 2050 are implemented and fully realized. On June 3rd, I urge you to vote to pass it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Menendez. All right.
Menendez.
Thank you. All right, next speaker.
Okay, next batch of speakers is going to start with Ramon Bonilla, followed by Sharon Carter, Victoria Hernandez, Matthew Kukolski, and Eric Bremer.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ramon Pereira Bonilla. That's RAMON PEREIRA BONILLA. I live at 1647 East Colonial Drive, and I am here, as many young people, as well, representing Sunrise Movement Orlando. Commissioners, this is such an exciting time. This is a moment to bring Orlando into, frankly, the present and prepare for the future. I moved here when I was 6 years old from Caracas, Venezuela, and I've lived all over Orange County, Hunters Creek, Lee Vista, and now here in Mills 50. I also lived in different places in this country. I lived in Boston, and I lived in Los Angeles, and I came back to Orlando because I believe in the vision of this county, as so many of you do. Vision 2050 provides such an amazing framework, and the Orange Code is beginning to give legs and specifics to that framework, yet there are many things that still need to be done. I worry about things like carrying capacity. I worry about things like tree shade and protection from the heat. And I worry about things like rent protection as well, which have not been codified into the Orange Code yet, and should be. However, that is not to say that you should not vote to implement this code. In fact, I believe the opposite. Come June 3rd, this is an opportunity for you all to solidify your legacy as the county commission that brought this county into the 21st century. And so I encourage you deeply, from the deepest places in my heart, to please, please, please vote yes to enact this code. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Perez Bonilla.
Pereira Bonilla.
Oh, okay. Somewhere. All right, I got close. All right.
Good evening, Mayor, Board of County Commissioners, especially my Commissioner, Mayor Uribe, and my fellow Orange County residents. My name is Sharon Carter. I live at 7506 Gondola Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32809. I've lived here most of my life. I support Orange Code. I want to thank all of you, everyone who has made even the smallest effort in working with the Orange Code as well as Vision 2050, fine-tuning the finished product. What a wonderful job you have done. Thank you for taking such a hard look at all the details involved in the Orange Code. Thank you for listening to all the residents who have voiced their concerns. Thank you for representing all of our interests that have brought us this far. I have been to many, many public meetings regarding the questions about the Orange Code and have seen over and over again the amount of effort put forth to respond and answer and make the changes where needed in order to resolve the concerns. This has not been easy to do. It's obvious even to me. I myself have asked dozens of questions of many, many Orange County employees about the Orange Code and Vision 2050. Each and every time they have each patiently found a way to talk my language, a home and landowner's language, not a developer's or builder's language, in order for me to understand the intent of the county. Even today, before me speaking, I had more questions. How did they respond to me? Very patiently, thoroughly. I left with all my questions being answered. That's hard to do. I ask a lot of questions, and once again, I thank you. Look, I leave you with this. Nothing is perfect. And there comes a point in time when we may need to look at a project like this and ask ourselves, has everyone done the best they could? Does the Orange Code and Vision 2050 meet the needs of most of the residents as we can project or visualize in the future? Then let's be courageous and get it done. Please do not keep me and the residents waiting any longer. As you have continued to move us forward in Orange County, I would like to thank you again and in advance for voting in favor of the Orange Code and Vision 2050. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. And we will move to the next speaker.
Good evening. My name is...
Just good evening.
Oh. Good evening. My name is Victoria Hernandez, and I reside at 234 Afton Square in Altamont Springs at zip code 32714. I'm here with the Sunrise Movement Orlando to express my support of Vision 2050. Despite being a current resident of Seminole County, I grew up in Orange County and currently attend school here as a UCF student. It is because of this that I'm very familiar with the long commute times, increasing rent prices, as well as the rapid commercial development currently taking place, as we've discussed here today. And as someone currently studying social work, I'm aware, as we all should be, of how these issues can especially impact those who are most vulnerable in our communities. Therefore, I believe that Vision 2050 provides a great comprehensive plan to address the ongoing living and environmental concerns being raised, and it is my hope that you will all support it. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hernandez.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Matthew Gerholski, 1701 Lee Road, Winter Park, 32789. First off, I just wanted to start off by thanking staff, the commissioners, and the community for spending hours and hours of discussing Vision 2050 and Orange Code, and for also including youth-led and youth-driven movements such as Sunrise Movement and key stakeholder meetings discussing Vision 2050. It really was inclusionary in this whole process. I can speak about how Vision 2050 is innovative, that it is progressive, and that it will increase walkability in our own communities, and also actually upzone our urban core that is desperately needed to be that. However, I do want to bring up one concern that I have seen stated by some individuals, especially from the folks working at Unite Here, which spoke this morning, which is an amazing labor union that works and advocates for people in the tourism industry. We have millions and millions of tourists coming here to Orange County every single year. The Disney area has a similar impact to San Francisco. If you've been to the Bay Area, that is a lot of people driving through that community. Utilities, unfortunately, are going to bear the cost of those tourists. And I just want to say that maybe Orange Code needs to have a discussion regarding how our tourists are actually going to impact the future of this county. While I'm super happy that Epic Universe is opening and that I'll finally be able to ride a Yoshi ride, maybe the workers are not happy. Maybe they're going to see the firsthand impacts of our utilities being worsened due to tourism in our community. So going forward in this discussion, I would love to just see you discuss the tourist impact on our county, especially as it relates to Vision 2050 and Orange Code. Thank you.
Matthew, do me a favor. Can you spell your last name?
Yes, Grocholske. Super long Polish last name. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, please.
All right, one last batch of speakers here. Going to start with Samuel Abrams, followed by Jessica Doyle. And Jessica, you have an extra minute. And finally, Stefania Teesco.
Is Samuel here?
You're up.
Okay, Mr. Abrams.
Hello, my name is Sam Abrams. I am at 2416 Continental Boulevard in Pine Hills. And no plan is perfect. No document as complex as the code is going to be perfect and have addressed every single possibility. In any event, things change over time, ideas, attitudes, and physical situations. Do not let the search for perfection stop you from passing what appears to be a very major improvement as represented by 2050 and by the Orange Code. I know some people may not like various things about it, and it may turn out that some places have some changes that need to be made. That's fine. A plan is not a dead document once it's created. It's a living, breathing thing that will need changes. This is fine. This is as it should be. But don't let the search for perfection prevent you from moving ahead with something that is a major step forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Abrams. Sounds like some good wisdom there. Our next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Jessica Doyle. I reside at 11012 Hub Plaza. Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. My name is Jessica Doyle. I'm a resident and student at the University of Central Florida and a representative of the CLEO Institute, an organization dedicated to climate education, engagement, and advocacy. To touch on something from the wonderful presentation from earlier, as far as school capacity, the county has not taken account into future migration due to short-term and long-term migration due to hurricane and sea level rise. But I'm here today to voice my strong support for Vision 2050 and the Orange Code. These frameworks represent essential progress towards our community's more sustainable, equitable, and resilient future. As a young resident and climate advocate, I'm especially encouraged by the plan's commitment to smart growth and community well-being. That said, I urge you to consider the growing threat of extreme heat in our region, especially its unequal impact on vulnerable communities. Heat is the deadliest climate threat we face, and its effects are unequally distributed. Tens of thousands of Florida residents are hospitalized with heat-related illnesses, as we all know, especially coming up on these summer months. Without action, this crisis will only worsen. We ask that heat resilience be more fully integrated into the Vision 2050 and Orange Code through measures like heat equity mapping to identify neighborhoods most at risk, local action plans that include proactive strategies for heat mitigation and adoption, and code enhancements requiring or incentivizing cooling infrastructure such as reflective roofs, shade trees, and cover-up bus stops. Even if these changes can't be made today, we hope that you will prioritize them as immediate next steps or partner initiatives to strengthen this plan's implementation. We thank you for your time, leadership, and vision for a livable Orange County. Let's ensure that vision includes protection from the rising heat we all feel, especially those most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll move to the next speaker.
Hi, good evening.
Hi.
My name is Stephanie Tasayko. That's Tasayco. And I live at 625 Cave Hollow Lane. Zip code is 32828. I'm here with Sunrise Movement Orlando, and I'm in support of Vision 2050 and the Orange Code. I have lived in student housing for the past 3 years, and in those 3 years, I have lived in 3 different neighborhood apartments. When I was a UCF student, I complained about not being able to go outside campus grounds without a car, similar to me and my friends. So we looked for things to do around campus. Although it's not a playground, social events were always occurring, so this sufficed for a Friday night. In high school, I spent an entire day walking from social setting to the next between work hours, of course. I'm sure we all experienced similar years in school or university where you felt connected to the people in your school or university because you were not allowed to drive anywhere else. Most notably, though, everything was accessible by foot in this mini society created by the school. This desire to connect does not dissipate when you get older, and I urge you to consider the values within Vision 2050, which give me the hope that this can become a reality for the next generation of Orange County residents. I know together we can prepare Orlando for fighting against climate change by passing 2050 to fight against urban sprawl. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you, Ms. Tasayko. Next speaker.
Good evening, commissioners, staff. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Apologies, my name did not get called, but I did sign up earlier this morning at before 2 p.m., so if it's all right with you, I'll do my comments anyways. My name is Mike Bustillos, Bustillos. I live at 101 Lake Ave, right over here by Lake Eola, and I would like to speak just on the general vibes of the day and also Orange Code and my support thereof. Over the course of the long day at the commission, I have noticed a recurring theme, and I'm sure the commissioners are no stranger to this theme. People like a lot of development ideas, but they want to reject them anyways because of the traffic. It would be nice to have an elder care facility or a counseling center, more townhouses, but we just can't have the extra traffic. And I agree that traffic is rough. I have very little patience for sitting in traffic. I am keenly aware of how much money and how many lives are lost in traffic accidents every year. But the solution for traffic problems can't be build nothing anywhere. We know the area is growing, and we want that growth. More people means more businesses, more services, more amenities, more people, more culture, more tax income, and better maintained infrastructure. We want that. We can't put up a wall and reject development forever for the sake of traffic. That's just not a thriving future for Orlando. We know because of induced demand that we also can't fix traffic by just expanding roadways. We know that one more lane isn't going to fix traffic long term. And we know what actually does help traffic is getting cars off the road and giving people other transit options, giving people reliable bus access, consistent commuter rail options, safe bike and pedestrian infrastructure. These things we know make traffic better. So I would love to encourage the commission to keep that in mind when you hear local residents complaining about traffic, asking you to reject more density, saying they like the idea, they just don't want it in their backyard. Their complaints are legitimate. Traffic is terrible. But the solution is to build a city that doesn't require a car as the only option. Orange Code's focus on mixed use and updates to the transect zones allows for more density and provides the necessary transit infrastructure to support it. To that end, I would like to recommend that you approve Orange Code and Vision 2050. Thank you very much.
To the last speaker, I identified what happened. It's not possible to sign up for the afternoon before 2 p.m. I think you might have filled out the public comment form for the morning session. There should be a QR code out front to use to sign up for the afternoon.
I'll take care of that now. Thank you.
Perfect.
All right, the next speaker, please.
So I did sign up also. I filled out a card, so I'm not sure why my name wasn't called. My apologies. My name is Angela Emerson. I live at 14729 Baltusrell Drive, Orlando, Florida. I'm touching on just one aspect of Orange Code, and that's the repeal of Chapter 38 and the replacement of 39. I live in a community, a recreational community. It's a PD, and I'm concerned right now that the repeal of Chapter 38 is questionable in terms of protecting the character of existing communities. As you had heard, a landowner within a PD could potentially opt into Orange Code, making the PD non-existent. In that situation, that would be one landowner initiating a change that's affecting many landowners within that PD. It feels somewhat lopsided to me, and there's concerns about consistency. Residents in existing PDs should expect same protections that within Vision 2050 that was in Destination 2030. Chapter 38 had clear standards anchored in zoning designations with clear uses and standards for development, and the process was grounded on resident input, commissioner representation, and also these residents could lose this, and they're largely unaware of it. They could see standards injected into their community that their community wasn't built on. I would ask this: what incentive would there be for a recreational landowner within a PD to keep it recreational when they know that they could increase profits by changing the land use within the development into recreation? In this way, my position is that recreational land is not a priority. It's considered less to growth, but studies have shown that reducing recreational land deteriorates happiness, mental health, and of course, areas for your water to drain into the land. So I think that area needs a little tweaking, a little toughening up, so that we can ensure resilience for Vision 2050. Thank you.
Making the representations in the comments as an individual or as a county employee? I just want to make
No, as an individual.
Okay, all right, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Noah Emerson from 14729 Baltusrell Drive. I'm in District 4. So I am a resident of Eastwood, which is a planned development. It's an older planned development. It's been around for about 35 years. And I think there would be more residents from planned developments here tonight if they knew what Angela was just saying, that there's that one person can, in a planned development, could opt out and opt into this new Vision 2050 for that planned development. That doesn't seem democratic, that 1 out of 2,000 in Eastwood could do that. Why would we expect this? So I think there's just a lack of knowledge about that particular issue. The mission of Vision 2050 is to protect existing neighborhoods. And a PD is an existing neighborhood, and protect the natural resources. So I'd like to suggest some amendments to Vision 2050 to protect our older existing PDs like Eastwood. Number one, do not completely repeal Chapter 38 of Orange Code. Rather, keep it for existing planned developments such as Eastwood. 2, protect recreational land in existing planned developments like Eastwood, ensuring they remain recreational. 3rd would be don't allow old FLU maps, future land use designations that predate planned developments such as Eastwood, approvals to be used as basis to modify existing planned developments such as Eastwood. And finally, number 4, make sure that any proposed changes to stormwater systems covered by individual permits must trigger public hearings and require approval by the full BOCC. Thank you so much.
So, Ms. Emerson, are you related to Ms. Emerson?
I am.
Okay. All right. Well, we see her here. She's here on a fairly regular basis, so all right. Good to have you. All right. Do we have other speakers?
I believe that is our last speaker for this evening, Mayor.
All right. Well, thank all of you who hung in there with us and saw it as important to come and to speak tonight.
We have one speaker running in. She was at the car in the parking lot, Tina DiMaggio.
Okay.
I think she signed up. She had stepped out, but she's coming into the building. She was having trouble.
Well, we will see. With that, we wanted to give our residents the opportunity to weigh in. Tonight's discussion is not meant to result in us making any decisions tonight, but to receive input from the public, to receive input from the school district, et cetera, as we kind of get to the point to try to finalize the plan of action. So to our staff, you all have done yeoman's work to reduce everything that you've heard from the numerous community meetings and public meetings that we've had, with the input that you received from members of the board and even staff here within the county, other, I'm going to say community experts who have a nexus to our code and Vision 2050 plan. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for the work that you've done. Okay. We still have to get this across the finish line, and I'm very confident that we can do it if we work together. We're building better together. Okay, so you'll hear that again in the State of the County address in June, building better together. I will go to the board, members of the board. If you have any questions at this point, we are going to close the public hearing portion at this time, but we'll go to the board should you have any questions. Again, on May 20th, we will have a full board work session to focus really on the school district issues. I do note that the county administrator, Mr. Brooks, Byron Brooks, is here. You have anything, Mr. Brooks? He's saying no. All right. To our staff, anything else? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Okay, Dr. Simrad.
Thank you. All right, so I just wanted to just ensure very quickly, because we had during a briefing with planning, and during that we talked about ensuring that we're maintaining inconsistent zoning districts only within the certain areas of special environmental concern that we talked about during that meeting, and that I'm under the impression that we're working to compile like a list basically of those properties. That's what's happening?
So Commissioner, thank you for bringing that up. We have put together certain boundaries of protection areas in terms of mapping as those areas of interest. We're looking at each one of those particular parcels, and we will engage you in the near future to identify, the findings of staff once we look at those particular areas of inconsistency. Right now, just at a very macro level, the area that gravitates a little bit more specific about changes or upzone districts is within one specific basin and not Wekiva or Econ.
Thank you.
So we'll get back with you very soon regarding that particular.
Great, and then I'm going to work with you guys. We have a list, and we're going to try to work through to the end to make sure everything is good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gomez Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to say to Alberto, I have some questions here. I told you that I was going to email them to you, and I totally forgot. But since the Emerson are here and they are part of my district, so I want them to know that one of our, topic that we talk is about Eastwood. So just for them to know that we have been following through. So thank you for coming. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Alberto.
You're very welcome.
Commissioner Uribe.
Yes, and I also want to discuss with my office the T4 densifications of 6 acres and smaller. It does still cause me pause when we take our older communities and we're looking at, the consistency and the compatibility that's going to take place. Also, we already have an infrastructure problem in those issues, and I've got a lot of infill, and it's going to be detrimental. It's a couple comments I've received from residents tonight. So my staff will work with you all too on that.
Commissioner Michael Scott.
So I don't have any different comments other than what we shared in our sunshine meeting, kind of to what Commissioner Simmered said. Your staff is aware about those smaller parcels. The example I would point to was and I'll forward the specific property, but there was something that was advanced by staff that was flooding out both streets, but staff still advanced that forward. So I don't want us to put something where that can happen in the future. And so it kind of falls in line with those smaller parcels of land. They're not large swaths of land, but they're still susceptible to flooding. And this was in the listed area. But I'll forward it to you. I think Olin has that information.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Uribe.
And I love what you guys have done with the storage, and I forgot what the other topic was. I wish you would take a look at used car lots. As Commissioner Scott and I share 32 used car lots in a 2.5 mile area. I know we can't do anything for existing, but it'd be nice to, at the future, as you're looking to close in some density and some walking capability of movement of pedestrians, that be something you guys also consider. Gosh, what was it besides storage? Something else that you guys, Jennifer was.
Car washes.
Car washes, yeah. Used car lots would be great. Because used car lots bring a lot of semi-trucks who pick up and drop off used cars every week. Right? Right, Commissioner? They block up traffic like crazy.
All right. This will conclude our meeting for today. Some 12 hours into it. Thank you all very much for your patience. We stand adjourned.